Good news. We appear to be alive. Damn it. You'd think one of these days I'd stop coughing, huh? Well, I don't have a gun handy, so I can't stop coughing. Sorry, guys.
And honor.
No mercy for the dead. None of them had the guts to stay behind and defend our glorious tanks after Hellscream deemed the coast condemned. It's mostly quiet here, seeing as how the Scourge are forming up ranks to assault Warsong Hold. Sometimes I get a stray zombie or ghoul, but they don't last very long. Of course, then there's the mist. We need to get these tanks back up and running. They ain't gonna fix themselves. Mobu's beginning to be the one who's handling that. Talk to him and see what he needs. Maybe we could shut him up before he finally drives me into a berserker frenzy and I cleave his little gnome-sized frame in two. I hate gnomes.
For the Horde.
He's not a gnome, dude. He's a goblin. He's clearly a goblin. I mean, he's green-skinned and everything, dude.
Time is money, friend!
You're the new tank driver? Fine by me. We need to get these things up and running again. Yeah, you try to go out into the plains of Nizam without a tank, you're good as dead.
Glad I could help!
These wrenches are useless, buddy. I need this pneumatic tank trans-jigamarig to get these things up and running. Unfortunately, I left my old digs on the other side of the landing. It's a beat-down hut, and you're gonna have to go and get it for me, because I sure as hellfire I'm not going back into the mist. Oh yeah, watch out for the mist.
Hurry back!
And I need strong metal to patch these tanks up. Super strong metal plates, which can be found scattered all over Garrosh's landing in the bottom of the bay. Just be careful when you're out there searching for the plates. The mist is, aggressive. The mist is what took out the landing and the adjoining Tuskar town. Poor little Tuskar.
Keep it real!
When a goblin says poor Tuskar, you know you've got a bad situation. What you see here on the coast is not the result of the Scourge. In fact, we believe that the Scourge also fear the mist, which might be why they do not come down here. You see, the mist is alive, friend. Inside those airy tendrils lies death. Should you step within its grasp, you will vanish. The mist will take you! We have never seen anyone return alive from the mist. Across the mist to the north, you will find Garrosh's landing. To the south are the ruins of my old home, Palia. Both have been ransacked by an ancient force known as the Kvaldir. These fearsome savages slew all of my people without mercy and drove your people inland. All that remains of the Tuskar of Palea are our own personal effects, taken as relics by the Kvaldir. While we are not a vengeful race, justice must be served. The Tuskar relics must be returned to me. Please enter the mist and reclaim them. A Kvaldir lieutenant, known as Oribus, directed the initial incursion against my people at Palea. He oversaw the destruction of both villages and then disappeared into the mist. In those early days there was talk of a horn that Oribus gifted to the Kvaldir Mistweavers. This horn could be used to summon him should the need arise. You need to get that horn from Kvaldir and call forth Oribus. If he is destroyed, these savages might retreat. Except they won't, because that's not actually how the Kvaldir work. But you wouldn't know that, so I don't blame you for that. You, poor sod. Yeah. So hi everyone, by the way. Before I forget to say hello to everyone. If you give me one moment, I need to double check something really quick. Just to clarify on something. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, into the mist. We got this, guys. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's gonna be okay. There's nothing here after. Oh, God! Okay, we're okay. Actually, I have to admit, this was pretty wonderfully atmospheric when I first went into the mist. It was also a nice way to do the to use layering while we were here. Fun fact, the mist actually doesn't have anything to do with anything, really. It's literally just something that the Kvaldir use in order to expand themselves and work better, and just generally use it as a tactic. Hang on a second. Hang on. Where's my dashboard? No, I didn't ever switch to Unholy as the one Joker. And thank you for the donation. That would be this one. So... trying to think. Yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and do that now. We'll go ahead and discuss the Kvaldir. Yes, apparently another hunter. It's the best way to use the myth. So, why don't we discuss who or what the Kvaldir are? You might be like, well, aren't they just undead, Vrykul? Well, kind of. So once upon a time, eons ago, there was this group of Vrykul who were Vrykul. I'm starting this wrong, forgive me. Let's try this again.
Next one is on me.
Once upon a time, the Vrykul were like, you know what? Life is awesome being a stone and or iron creature. We're pretty sure they were stone. But then, one day, they discovered that there was this weird curse of flesh thing. And this weird curse of flesh thing was really causing them some issues. And so they sent some of their most esteemed and venerable... I guess it doesn't matter. Some of the most esteemed and venerable shamans and mages and otherwise to try and reach into the mists. I'm kidding, there was no mists. They're trying to reach into the depths of the magical world in order to try and solve the situation. They were trying to figure out a solution, basically. I'm trying to think if another weapon would look better with the sexy suit. Like maybe that awesome polearm. What do you think, Someone? Should we use the awesome polearm? Or we could use Gorehowl. We could use Gorehowl, the polearm. We could use a random samurai sword. Anyways, let me start. I'm trying to be facetious or obtuse, but it's not working. So let me just go ahead and say it bluntly. They were trying to magically determine a way to fix their curse of flesh. Very logical when you think about it, right? It's the kind of thing you want to be rid of as quickly as possible. Well, while they were trying to do so, they discovered a Valkyr. And the Valkyr was like, hey, my name's Helya. Screw you. And that particular Valkyr was actually one who I just realized I'm an idiot. Right. Hang on. Let's get rid of the cloak. There we go. Okay. So, let me start over a little bit here. I am about to discuss Legion spoilers. This is your big chance to mute me, or otherwise, because I'm going to discuss spoilers for Legion, spoilers for Legion, spoilers for Legion, spoilers for Legion, spoilers for Legion. Surely that's enough of an audio delay, but just to make it clear, spoilers for Legion. This is your big chance to mute me. Spoilers for Legion, spoilers for Legion, spoilers for Legion. Okay, that's good enough. We'll put the image up there as a nice indicator of the fact that there are spoilers for Legion over this part of the video. So, now that we're discussing spoilers for Legion. So, Helya, right? So there was this Watcher, Titan Watcher, named Odin. Now, Odin, I'm not sure why yet, and I haven't been able to figure out why yet, but Odin betrayed one of the Valkyr back in the day, and rather than attaching her to one of the great halls of the honored, where the Vrykul are supposed to go, she got attached to this horrible, disgusting place where all of the fallen Vrykul are supposed to go. The equivalent of hell, Hel, for those of you not familiar. And she really didn't like that for some reason. And she became very bitter and very angry and very violent in there. And so she's in there stewing. And then sometime later, the Vrykul, who I mentioned earlier, were trying to, they're shamans and mages, were trying to reach out to try and find some kind of solution for the curse of flesh. And they found her. Her name's Helia. And she decided, aha, you will be the instrument of my revenge. You will be the instrument of my curse upon all of these people in revenge for Odin's terrible awfulness. I think she said it just like that, the terrible awfulness. And so she is the reason why there are the Kvaldir. All of those Vrykul who were reaching out were corrupted by her and turned into these sort of half-sea creature, half-mist creature, half organic creature, who then, their entire purpose is to go out and try to curse other beings. Now, they can do whatever they want to people who aren't Vrykul. They can kill and destroy, and they do so fairly frequently because they are in a constant state of pain. So they can do whatever they want in order to have targets for their frustrations, I think is a good way to put that. And yeah, they literally turn into seaweed upon death. We've seen that for some time. But their actual goal, their purpose, is to find other Vrykul. And once they find those other Vrykul, they are supposed to drag them down into hell. H-E-L again. And that's actually going to be the center of a couple of story arcs once we get to Legion. While we're in spoilers, I just want to toss something out really quick. The other day we were talking about Alonsus Fowl, and we were like, man, I wonder whatever happened to him. He's in Legion. Alonsus Fowl is in Legion. He's undead. So, he's an undead priest who can wield the light. Just feel like pointing that out. And he's also working with the Alliance. I won't tell you the rest. It has to do with Farthing and a few other things. Anyways, so. So that's Alonsus Fowl in his presence. Who? Oh my god, come on. You don't know who Alonsus Fowl is. Okay. But yeah, no, he's the guy who built the Paladin Order, basically. The head of the clerics back in the First War. Uther was the first Paladin, but Fowl is the one who made the thing. Anyway, so. Boom! There we go. Spoilers are done. Spoilers are done. But now I'm going to spoil one other thing, boy. No, I'm kidding. There's no other spoilers coming. I have to admit that's not the direction I was thinking they were going to take, but it's pretty cool. I have no idea, no way of knowing which one you're talking about, Zuan Joker. So you might as well just whisper me it, whatever it is. Okay, let's do this. Leroy, as they say. So when I first encountered the Kvaldir, my first thought was, oh my god, it's the guys from Pirates of the Caribbean. You know, Pirates of the Caribbean 2, Oh, that one. Yeah, I've heard about that one. I'm telling you, lots of plot threads. Oh, actually, Toby, what they tend to say is, oh, we were blessed. We were uplifted from the other races by the gifts of Elune. And Elune granted to us, and only to us, the great joys of being the amazing, wonderful, incredible creatures that we are, and truly we are the most perfect of all races, and in no way related to trolls. And, no, it looks like I don't have any chicken on me, Rory, so I might be screwed. By the way, these are orcs and taurens and whatnot that were just gathered together and burned. Kvaldir are such wonderful people. And as you can see, they collapse into seaweed when they die. I mean, what else are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm screwed, Rory. Wouldn't be the first time. Anybody in here alive? Hello? Anybody alive in here? Oh, God. You're not alive. I mean, technically you're alive, but, you know, not really. I almost wish there was more to it. But whatever.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
I can hear the mist creatures outside. Their yells are driving me mad. I dare not try to escape. Where would I even go? How long would it be till they caught up with me? I wonder, has the mist crept... How far has the mist crept, stranger? Has it overtaken the whole continent?
Ancestors.
So one of the things I
watch over
like
you.
about the mist thing is it's got that sort of dread thing going for it. You know, the idea of a whole area just completely consumed by something you don't understand. Which is probably why the Kvaldir actually use the mist, as we've already discussed. But the only downside to the mist is it doesn't really come across in gameplay. This is the beginnings of them trying to inspire dread and hopelessness throughout World of Warcraft. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I've never actually felt that from this area. You know, I get the intent, but I never actually felt it myself. Not unlike, say, Vashir. When I got to Vashir, that zone, that's where I started feeling the dread. And I feel like they really got that atmospheric thing going a lot better in that particular zone. One thing we don't actually know is if the mist is magical. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. We don't know if the mist has any magical properties. It may quite literally just be mist. I like how they just keep sending her away with those wave attacks. Of course, they also tend to use ocean-based magic in general, the Kvaldir. Which makes sense. I mean, you know, seaweed people. We're going to just call them the seaweed people from now on. I think that's an appropriate title. Hey, look, lady, the way out is over there. That way. Just... Now, you know one thing I would have actually liked? And I know they would never do this because people would complain about this to high heaven. Rather than this outline we've got for the screen while we're in the mist, I would love it if the render radius was just shrunk down to minimum. In fact, I could actually show you what that would look like. This, yeah, maybe less than this, but you know, something like this. Okay, I would actually prefer less than this. Wow, this is minimum render radius. But you could kind of see how like the distance is just fading into the mist now because of the nature of how render radius actually works. You know, give you that cloistered feeling, that feeling of just being covered in the mist. You know, that would have been cool. And of course, they would never do that. I am surprised it's this far away, or this close, rather. Whatever. It's just making sure I set it to lowest. When you say beat, by the way, Psychotic, do you mean the good ending? The one you can only know under the right circumstances? You see, yeah, this actually looks kind of nicely atmospheric over here, I have to admit. But it looks terrible the moment you leave this area. It's like, oh god, I can't even see Warsong Hold from here. Look at this. Terrible. So yeah, let's fix that really quick. It can't wait for that to be increased. Oh, that's better. That's better. But as you can see, it kind of ruins the atmosphere. I'm willing to make sacrifices for atmosphere. Sometimes. I'm suddenly picturing an adventurer wandering around with like a rotisserie spit or something like that and just... you know, and being able to cook things up on the fly. Actually, I believe... that's not an uncommon thing. I don't have much to talk about right now. Sorry, I've had a really weird morning. I've been researching fair use, and it's been very, very depressing. And I don't know what else to add to that. For those of you not aware, there's a movement right now going on through YouTube and a few other online content creators called "Where's the Fair Use," and that movement is all about trying to remind people and encourage people to remember that there is a legal precedence for the concept of fair use, and that precedence is vagueness, basically. Now you're probably like, what do you mean vagueness? Well, what I mean by that is there is no actual hard law of fair use. It doesn't exist. It's all down to individual case-by-case basis. Now you might be thinking, oh, aha, that's it. Clearly all I have to do is prove any given individual time I have the right to fair use, which sounds like a nightmare, actually. But all I have to say about that is a fundamental flaw of the system we have here is that all of the defense, or all of the impetus for actually doing anything is solely placed on the defender. So, if you don't understand what I mean by this, I can outline this very, very easily, because it's actually happened to me. This is one of the more mundane and less severe problems that can happen to someone, but this is something that's happened. So I put out a video. This video is a video about Babylon 5. This video contains just me standing there and talking. Well, sitting there and talking, but you know what I mean. There's nothing, literally nothing that can be perceived during that talk, to just me talking into the camera with no music playing, that can be perceived as trying to utilize copyright material. However, that does not stop someone from claiming copyright material on it. Nothing, actually, stops them from claiming copyright material on it. So they claim the material. Now, while they do so, they don't claim that they don't claim it so that it gets shut down. That's not the thing I'm being threatened with personally, at least not from them. I got threatened by that from CBS, but that's another thing. So they were like, no, we totally own the rights to this, screw you. And so then they claim it, and automatically they get the claim. They just win. That's how the system works right now. Now, I then have to contest it. I then have to turn around and prove that, no, really, me talking in front of a camera for 20 minutes is just my owned material. That is mine. I own that, right? I have to prove that. But here's the way how that works. So they claim it, right? So for the next 30 days, ads start running on that video. Keep in mind, I don't actually monetize my videos anymore. I haven't for quite some time. I've been relying solely on Patreon and through your awesome donations through Twitch. Thank you very much, all of you, by the way. In order to keep funding myself, in order to keep eating and having a place to live, right? This is what I'm talking about, Psychotic, because this is how this works. So yeah, it is a guilty until proven incident. That's absolutely correct. Go away, thing. There we go. So the way it works is ads go up on that video, and they get the ad revenue of it. Now, it is now on me to contest that. I could leave that if I don't contest that, if I don't feel like I have a good claim on it, or I'm bullied by it, or I'm scared by the system and don't fully understand what's going on. Like if I'm just some random guy on YouTube, which, I mean, I kind of am, but if I knew less than I currently do, if I wasn't really sure what was going on, I might be scared about that. Oh my God, they claim they have copyrighted material. What did I do? It's a bully tactic, right? So they don't want you to contest it. But even if I do contest it, all that happens from me contesting it is they then just sit on it and don't do anything, because they have 30 days to reply to the contesting, right? So if they have 30 days to prove that they own my voice just speaking. Now they can't prove that, so they just sit on it for 30 days. During those 30 days, they are making money off of my video. All of those ads are giving all the ad revenue to them. 30 days is up, they didn't respond. The fact that they didn't respond means that now it is the copyright claim is lifted, and it's back to being me and no ads running on the video. I have had, I think, a dozen of those hit me recently. It's getting pretty bad more recently. It didn't used to be quite this bad. It used to be like once in a blue moon I'd have one. I have the full 3 contestings going on right now. to try and prove that no, really, this is me talking in front of a camera. They have no right to anything. Finally. And that's just bloody ridiculous. That's completely ignoring the other, mostly my Babylon 5 stuff, so one Joker. And the companies that are claiming it are clearly what I would usually refer to as copyright trolls, because it's like there's this one company that makes pornographic videos in China. There's another one that makes kids videos in China, streaming and recording. Yes, Matthias, that is my full-time job. There's another company that does some kind of nature documentary thing. Again, not in English. I have no idea. I'm not actually sure if it's Chinese or Korean or whatever. And I think there was a fourth one that happened recently that I'm still waiting on. It's just... you know? Oh yeah, they totally... That company I've never even heard of totally owns the right to me talking about Babylon 5 in front of a camera. Yeah. Actually, Rory has an interesting point there. Because Rory brought this up to me. I think it was Rory who brought this up to me. Some time ago. Yeah, the Tales of the Borderland video. I was doing a Tales from the Borderland video. Now, in Tales from the Borderlands, there are the occasional songs that play, like right at the beginning of each of the episodes. But there was one chunk of the one episode where it was just me talking. It was during the scene with Jack. I think it was with Jack. I'm not sure, but it was during a scene where I was just talking, where I was just being like, "Hey, what's up?" And no vocal music was playing, and yet Twitch decided to mute that one section of the video because of that. Because apparently, me talking in front of a game is now something that could be hit with a copyright flag. I mean, now we all know that the actual flagging system is completely broken. How do we know this? There's a video out there that's a Far Cry 4 that's a Far Cry 4 trailer, right? Pushed out by this one specific Ubisoft YouTube channel, right? And it was claimed as copyright by the exact same YouTube copyright channel, by the same channel. They claimed a copyright claim on themselves, on their own video, and got it blocked. This is getting ludicrous. It's actually been getting worse and worse. Some people keep asking me, Arsh, why is it you don't put gameplay footage behind your ruminations? Why don't you do reviews where you actually showplace the game or show parts of the episode or whatever? This is my response to that. I've kind of seen this coming for a while now, but it's actually getting worse. Like, it is actively getting worse and will continue to get worse, and that's why I have not publicly supported Where's the Fair Use, because we are utterly and completely powerless. We have no capacity to change the minds of the people who actually have the money and influence. And they're not motivated by things that are logical. Okay? They're not trying to do... Okay, so you have to understand this, because this is really stupid, okay? You might think... let's just pick a random company here. You might think Bobco over there. I'm just making up a company name. I don't know if there's a real company named Bobco. Bobco over there owns the rights to, I don't know, Star Trek. And so they start tossing out more and more flags against Star Trek. People reviewing it, people doing parodies of it, all sorts of things that would probably work under fair use. Now, the logical question is, why? Why bother doing that? They don't get any money out of that. In fact, they actively lose money on that on two fronts. This has been proven by studies, by the way. And this is proven just by basic logic. Number one, they are losing consumer support. They are they're damaging their own brand by acting like self-appointed bullies in order to try and make the situation worse for everyone, basically. Point number two, they are spending money to do this. They have to go out and actually spend time and money and effort in order to make that happen. And not counting the YouTube thing. I don't mean just the YouTube thing. The YouTube thing is free and easy. But you have to consider man hours is a billable thing. You know, it's not like they just get to do it for free because it's already one of their employees. Every single hour or minute that a given employee of a company is doing an action, That money is billed to that action, okay? That's how the budget works. That's how the accounting works. That money is coming through that particular source, or being sent through that particular source, right? So if they hire people, I shouldn't say hire, but if some of their own employees are going out and trying to make stuff happen, if some of those employees are trying to find copyright, if some of those employees are going out to try and make claims on things, that's billable hours, right? Okay? Actually, that's not true, Raskor. That's the problem. There are companies who are actively trying to do that. Yes, there is the algorithm. The algorithm is the primary problem. It is one of 3 of the problems. There are companies actually doing it. There's idiots who are assholes. And then there's the algorithm. These are the 3 sources of the current problem we have right now. But bear with me, okay? Because I want to explain this, because some people don't fully get this, okay? So what is the motivation for the company to try and stop press for its given game or thing? And this has been a thing for years, by the way. This is well before the copywriting thing ever started with YouTube, okay? This is way before Google even bought YouTube. That's how far back we're going with this, okay? So the company spends billable hours to try and hunt down people who are using things of their own given market and trying to claim it, basically, to prevent people or trying to hunt down usage of it or whatever. What is the benefit to them for doing that? I'll go ahead and tell you the answer right now, because there is no benefit whatsoever to the company for doing that, and there's no benefit whatsoever to the brand for doing that. The benefit for doing that is certain people get to show on their timestamps that they're doing their job. One of the biggest problems in corporate America, I don't know if this works in other corporations in other nations, is that you have to justify your existence constantly. There's no such thing as your boss telling you you're doing a good job. Your boss instead comes to you and says, "Are you doing a good enough job?" Now, of course, I'm generalizing, and of course, I'm speaking from personal experience as well as from several companies, but I've done some looking into this for many, many years. This is not a new thing. This is a decade-old process at this point. You have to prove that you deserve to keep getting your paycheck. That's a thing you need to do. So exactly, you need to justify the next year's budget. You need to justify your raise, your yearly raise, if your company even does that. You have to justify the fact that your job position deserves to continue to exist rather than having been folded and just removed from the org table. So there are people who try and go out there to do random things that don't actually benefit the company and half the time don't even succeed. If there's actually a site right now where you can go and see every single case of fair use that's been acted in the justice system, everything that's actually become a case here in the United States, they actually track that at the copyright site for US.gov. And you could look down that case, and like 90% of them are fair use was found, fair use was found, fair use was found. But they keep pushing for that crap because some people need to justify their job. Some people need to justify their budget. And that's just the reality of it. So I mention this because some people think, well, it's ridiculous that insert company A would be pushing for this. Why would insert company A be doing this? And the answer is, insert company A isn't doing this. A handful of people who are trying to justify their job to another handful of people who are doing this. Now, that's, in other words, there's a fundamental flaw in the system there. You know? Then we have the obvious algorithm problem. Now, the algorithm is stupid and ridiculous, which I don't even have to mention. You know, the algorithm is just, oh, I think I found something, so I'm going to go ahead and mark it. But again, almost every copyright strike I've had on my own YouTube channel has not been an algorithm. It has also not been a company trying to defend their rights or whatever. Oh, that's not true, actually. Sorry, my bad. CBS has been doing that. CBS has been doing that. I actually got a hold of a CBS representative about that. Did I mention this, guys? I got a hold of a CBS representative. They, under the written letter of the law, had the right to take down my videos. They were in the right to do that, legally speaking. Would you like to know why? Under blah, 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 I don't remember the specifics, and frankly, I don't care. People who have, who show a certain amount of footage cohesively, and this is the thing, it has to be one chunk of video over a certain period of time, which I believe was 32 seconds, or 33 seconds. It was something. It was just over 30 seconds. Is considered something that is therefore owned by CBS. Okay. Now that means CBS has the legal right to whatever that footage it happens within. So some of my videos, when I had those outros at the end, went over the 30-something second line, and so they owned the right to those videos, legally speaking. Now, I could probably go to court and contest that, but why would I even try to do that? Which, of course, is another problem since, again, the burden of proof is on me. I have to go hire a lawyer. I have to work and burn my time to go find a company who doesn't give a damn and can throw lawyers at me like crazy, but I'm getting off topic. Again, it's another guilty until proven innocent sort of situation. So they legally owned that, and their decision, which they are legally in the right to do, was to shut those videos down. I am fortunate they did not decide to actually go after me and give me strikes for that, because that would have meant the end of my channel. Instead, they just destroyed the videos. They said, nope, these videos are not going live. That's our judgment. They could have gone ahead and claimed ad revenue on it. They could have, again, given strikes against me for that, because they were legally in the right to do that. This is an example of the first example I've just given. A company who has actually gone out of their way to seek out other people on YouTube and try to defend their property because some person wanted to justify his job. Because CBS doesn't profit from that. Nothing that CBS is doing here is profiting from that. They are net lossing. Not by much, but a little bit. Never mind the fact that screw CBS from this point onwards. So that's a good example of the first example. Algorithms, of course, have hit me fairly frequently. In fact, just about any time I put out any actual rumination. Hylisk, that is true, but is indicative of the problem I mentioned earlier. The system is flawed. But I don't want to get into that mess, because that's stupid. But anyways, getting back to my point. So I've been hit by the algorithm stuff. I get hit by the algorithm stuff all the time. Every single Fallout 3 video I put out gets hit by an algorithm. Every single one. 100% of them. And you know why? Because there's music that plays during it. And the music labels come in and say, oh, well, that's our music. We claim all ad money. And so they put ads up on my Fallout 3 videos. All of my Oblivion videos have ads up on them for them. For whoever owns the music to Oblivion. It's not Bethesda who claims that. The third one is the copyright trolls. And I've already given you an example of that. Those idiots in China who just will randomly go and say, oh, I want to claim this video and get money off of it for free. The bully concept. But there's another way copyright trolls can act too. And there's other people who talk about this much, much better than I. I am very fortunate, I feel, to have not had this problem myself. But several other YouTubers have had the problem where there is someone who doesn't like the criticism. Doesn't enjoy the criticism that has been done to one of their games or books or movies or whatever. And so they will claim a copyright strike against someone for speaking bad about their video. And you're like, well, can they do that? Yeah, absolutely. It costs them nothing. Nothing to do that. All it takes them is like 10 minutes to go find your video and say, FNAF, I claim a mark on this. It is then your job to spend the next 30 days trying to defend it, especially if they try to push back. Yeah, that has happened to Jim Sterling. That has happened to Total Biscuit. That has happened to a large number of people. Forgive me for not remembering names right off the top of my head. There are a large number of people who have been hit by, I don't like your face. And let's be honest, that's really what it is. I don't like your face. That's really all that boils down to. So they've decided to try and mess with their livelihood. You know what this is? You know what this legitimately is? This just hit me. This is the real life. So if this was happening not on the internet, people don't seem to realize that this is actually a job for a lot of people, including me. But never mind me, people who really make genuine good money off of YouTube. I want you to imagine that you go to your job one day. And while you're at your job, your boss tells you, listen, I just had a customer complaint about you. And you're like, what? You know, let's just assume fast food, because that's the easiest way to do it. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, sorry, I had a complaint about you, so I'm going to have to dock your pay for the next 30 days. while I look into this complaint that that this customer's levied at you. Well, what'd he say I did? Oh, he said you said he was Hitler, and that you're a Nazi. What? What? Why would you even believe that? Well, the customer did say it, and I'm obligated to spend the next 30 days researching this. But why would I ever do that? Is there any proof or evidence whatsoever? No, there doesn't appear to be, but he does have the right to do that because that's our policy. If any customer complains about you, we dock your pay for, you know, however much money, and while we research the issue. Oh, and you're never getting that money back. We're actually going to give the money to him, or just not give it to anyone in general, depending on the type of copyright strike. Now, if that doesn't sound ludicrous enough, then I don't know what else to tell you, because that is literally what is happening here. The only difference is it's on the internet instead of in real life. Can you freaking imagine what life would be like if any random customer could walk up and say, I don't like your face, or I saw you at the ball game yesterday and you were rooting for the wrong team, or, you know, I don't really like Arby's, so I'm going to take it out on you. You know, something like that. How would you feel if anyone could walk up and make your life worse for fun, or because they're spiteful, or because they want to try and take some of your money from you? If there were zero repercussions for doing that. Because that's the problem. That's, in my opinion, the single biggest problem about this. There are zero repercussions for any of the three groups of people who do this on YouTube. Zero. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know what else to say. So that's been my morning, by the way. That's why I'm in a terrible freaking mood today, because, oh my god. Oh yeah, what someone joker pointed out, that's another thing. That's another interesting thing. If they feel so motivated, once you have rebuked their claim, they can just turn around and make the claim again. No accountability. No consequence. No anything. No no justice. Let's just use the right word here. Let's not get crazy, Lurker. Let's not send anyone to prison. I would never send anyone to prison. But I wouldn't mind some kind of, you know, turnaround of, hey, listen, you can't do this anymore. For content provider, the only thing I know about is a group of other content providers, which is Where's the Fair Use, Hourglass. So anyways, the bottom line here is, after doing some research and some extensive looking into it and actually reading up on some copyright law, my conclusion is that we are 100% powerless, and the only thing we can do is hope that people who have power and money are the people who are going to actually vote in our favor, basically, are going to decide to make things better for us rather than better for them. That's it. That's our best possible circumstance. That's the best possible outcome, is hoping that someone who has money and power agrees to help the little guys. So. What was I doing? Apologies to those of you watching this on YouTube or Twitch who wanted to just watch some World of Warcraft. It was rather discouraging. And honestly, I didn't even feel like streaming today. I just felt like crawling into a hole and dying. Okay, so. By honor and blood you must serve. Return the Tuscar relics. Ruin. That is all they leave in their wake. They must be taught a lesson. Tuscar magic is very similar to what you people call shamanism. Yeah, I've already talked about this. Ancestral magic. While we serve the elements differently than you, the power that we are able to call upon is formidable. With this Tuskar torch, I want you to return to the mist and strike at the Kvaldir vessels. You will find 3 of their vessels docked behind the mist at Garrosh's Landing, north of here, and 1 docked to the south of Pelea, to the south. Burn their ships in effigy for all to see. Sure, Miradota, hit me. Alright, so. Take the horn, travel west to the Warsong Jetty. Make your way to the end of the jetty and blow the horn. The sound should rouse Oribus. Slay the foul beast and return to me.
Yo!
If reality only exists in the imagination, then it doesn't actually exist because there's nothing for it to exist within. Ergo, it's kind of a self-defeating argument. So I suppose that would be my response to you. Did you find the PTT? Great work. Where did I put those spare parts?
What's up?
Here they are, spare parts. Great
Keep
work.
it real.
Thanks for all your help. You let Gorge know the tanks are ready for action.
Glad I could help.
Yeah, we'll do that in a second. Let's talk to this guy about
winds
his daughter he
guide
helped
you.
out. It is whispered in the winds, friend. Your name is known to the elements. You've done a great service to Mutu on this day. Mutu? Really? That's your name?
Ancestors watch
I'm not here to judge.
over you.
No, the Horde's totally got this. I mean, they're not... So this... You might have wondered... Okay, so earlier there was a bit where Sourfang and Garrosh were talking about how... any... they have no port. Like, the only port the Horde have is way over here in the Howling Fjord at Vengeance Landing. So, you might think, well, how the hell did they get up here to begin with? Well, this is why they don't have this port. Because the Kvaldir moved in and just kind of took over. Now, the best part here is, if you've been paying any kind of attention at all, the Kvaldir are not some immortal demigod race. They're not some kind of, oh, we are all powerful. They use fear, and they are strong, but they are still very fleshy and very squishy and very mortal. So it really would not be hard for them to turn around and, you know, retake this port. But Garrosh, being the wonderful tactician he is, says, no, rather than going after the easy target here, I'd much rather conquer the Alliance port, because I hate the Alliance. There's no reason why. He just does. Okay, that's not being fair. He does have a reason to hate the Alliance, and it's even a valid reason to hate the Alliance, but he does allow it to blind him. So, you might wonder, well, what the hell does Garrosh have to hate about the Alliance? Well, it kind of leads into Cataclysm, if you're paying attention. Garrosh... Okay, the Orcs in general and the Horde in... the Horde in general and the Orcs in specific, I'm not actually sure, Zewan, do not actually have a good life right now. As I pointed out, they're basically in the post-World War I Germany situation. Thrall has been allowing a lot of leeway, and so they are denied a lot of resources and a lot of land and a lot of food that they would otherwise be profiting from in order to make a prosperous society, right? So in other words, being amongst the Horde as an average civilian actually really sucks at this point in time, okay? You with me? Well, Garrosh knows that, because he spent some time after BC hanging around Orgrimmar and talking to all the Orcs and Trolls and Tauren there. And he keeps hearing about that over and over and over, how their life is just miserable and terrible. And of course, all that information, it all comes back down to the same thing. The Alliance is preventing the Horde from prospering. And that's true! Now, to make this clear, when I say the Alliance, what I really mean is the freaking Night Elves. Because the Night Elves are just such advocates of peace and prosperity and joy, and you get the point. Anyways, so they are legitimately preventing the Horde from actually prospering. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, one side is in the right or the wrong on that. What the heck just happened to my chat? Did I just lose I did just lose chat. What the hell? There we go. And then it's also worth noting, by the way, before you just think I am, before you think I'm being excessively anti-alliance, to make my point clear, Thrall wanted to have some kind of a coexistence, cohabitation thing going on with the Night Elves. The Night Elves said, go screw yourself. So then Thrall came back with a, well, maybe we could, like, have a thing where we get some of the territory and you get, you know, the rest of it. The Night Elves said, go screw yourselves. And then the Thrall said, okay, some of our people are quite literally starving. We're going to just go ahead and move into the far end of Ashenvale. The far area, so you don't actually have to worry about us. And the Night Elves said, screw you! And started actually attacking them. So the Night Elves in particular, and the Alliance in general, have been actively making life for the worse for the Horde for some time now. Pretty much ever since Warcraft 3, actually. Or Frozen Throne, rather. So Garrosh, when he was back in Orgrimmar, all he heard was about how life is miserable, and all he saw was about how life was miserable, but he actually has a definitive enemy to go fight against to make that better. And someone who is as simple-minded as Garrosh, that's a great situation for him. I mean, Garrosh has no idea how to deal with political realities and differing opinions and, you know, any kind of different, complicated issue. But when he has an issue where my people are suffering, it's caused by those guys, that's a simple problem. That's a problem that involves an axe. So Garrosh is like, roar! And so he builds this hatred of the Alliance, and it never goes away. At no point in time does Garrosh actually stop hating the Alliance. And as much as I get all the sides of the picture, and I understand, you know, some of the perspective of the Alliance and some of the perspective of the Horde, it's really easy to see where Garrosh is coming from. And yeah, we're a paladin. Just a show of resistance to the quality of your savages might be what is needed to save my people at the other encampments. No, that's not going to work at all. Good try, though. Seems the loss of their lieutenant has only stirred the nest. They are more angry and aggressive than before. You've done what you can here. At the very least, you deserve some sort of compensation. Well, I'm not doing that quest, because I already did that.
Sug.
With the current state of our transportation and shipping lanes, we haven't been able to get a damned siege engine to Warsong. These tanks are all that we have left from the original expedition. Now that they're operational, you're going to use them to stomp out the Scourge invasion. Once you're ready, jump into the tanks and go out to the plains of Nassam. Have fun with it.
Strength.
Let's do it. Why don't you, Salty, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, that's what that quest is, right? Okay, so... that one... okay. As you can see, this area loads kind of weirdly. So, like I said, it's kind of hard to actually see the massive army that's actually here.
The winds guide you.
Gotta rescue these soldiers.
Lotar.
I'm sorry, Hourglass. Secretly, I'm not actually that sorry. My favorite ability is actually this one. Boom! As they say. I'll save you, soldier. Crush the Scourge. One thing I want you guys to keep in mind, by the way, despite the fact that this is a rather large force of undead here, it's all very, very weak and flimsy and non-threatening undead. You only need to delay the inevitable. The dread citadel rises in the east, and the armies of the dead march from the heart of Icecrown. Also, one of the abilities is literally just to make a giant saw blade show up at the beginning of at the front of the take and just mow down whatever's in its way. Really wish this place would load properly. That's true, Raskor. It's just funny to me. Oh crap, we're getting mauled. We need to hurry up. Let's get some health on. Or, no? Crap. Hang on. Time to start taking this seriously. I've been playing around too much. Okay, we're done. We're done. Let's get the hell out of here. Garrosh's plan is attack whatever's in his way. You probably think I'm kidding. I'm really not. Aw. Seriously, his plan is conquer the Alliance, and then, once the Alliance is conquered, conquer the Scourge. By our might and our glory, nothing can stand against us, is pretty much his plan in a nutshell. Alright, enough. Hey, Admiral.
Live by these words. Loktar Ogar. Victory or death.
Shut up, Garrosh. So it is true. Noxaramus returns. Perhaps I underestimated you, Valvaxis. You've done the Horde a great service. The war chief would be proud. If Kel'Thuzad is controlling their scourge, there's no telling what else the Lich King has in store for us. I'll need time to think through this new information. Think, think. Think, think, think. Think, think. Think, 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 think. You know, the really sad thing is that Garrosh is the kind of person who would be okay with the kind of infighting that the orcs used to have. So, the orcs used to fight amongst each other just as much as they fought amongst everyone else. There are actually two distinct points in their history where they were like that. One, in the very old times, before the Borean Empire crushed everything. And two, during the time when they were still getting to be a part of the demonic horde, but hadn't actually become the full-tilt, fel-infused demonic horde yet. And I could just see Garrosh thinking, well, that sounds like an awesome idea. Orcs fighting orcs. True warriors fighting other true warriors. There's nothing wrong with that at all. In fact, that is the glorious vision that I see. Mountains and skulls and rivers of blood. Yeah, no kidding, Hylisk. That would be awesome. Hey, Sodashi. That's a good question, Magister. I'm not sure. Also, congrats, Myron, for finishing the FF Lorerun. You know, I've often said that Arthas would actually be a really, really good king. I've said that many, many times, ironically. So I would actually think that there would be a really awesome future for this world if Arthas was actually the current leader of the Alliance and king of the overall human forces. He has no claim to the Stormwind throne, of course, so there's some political realities that need to be fixed there. But screw the Stormwind, just put him as the High King of the Alliance. And, yeah, I think that would actually just by itself improve the situation. Of course, this is Arthas, not Death Knight Arthas, to make my statement clear. So this is an interesting quest.
What do you need?
So, okay, hang on.
Dabu.
You notice how there's pigs in here? What they cute. There's also a lion in here. Oh, what they cute. What they cute. Cute little... Is that Deutsch? Is that you? Anyways.
Blood and thunder.
Prisoners? These aren't prisoners. They're cowardly dogs. Just look at them. Did you know that without exception, every single one of these yellow-bellied soldiers came to our gates and surrendered their arms and armor? From what we've been able to gather, these men and women are discharged and sent back home if captured by us. Pathetic. We're seeing more and more deserters show up by our gates every day. We simply do not have enough room to keep all these maggots caged up, especially not if we want to keep the pigs happy. I want you to escort one of these cowards to the crossroads and fire the gun. One of their captains will show up when we see the flare and take the coward off our backs.
Go with honor.
So this is actually a really interesting quest if you've already done the Alliance quest, or if you're aware of the Alliance quest. Remember, one of the primary forces one of the primary sources that makes up the Alliance forces out here is random civilians, people who have either been conscripted or signed up. And whether conscripted or signed up, both still make sense, that there would be people who would actively go out of their way to artificially surrender, basically, in order to be able to live a better life, or be able to live at all, actually. Run faster. So, if these are conscripts, they never wanted to be up here fighting in the first place. The moment they find out that they get discharged back home if they surrender to the Horde, oh, awesome! Yes, sign me the hell up, please! I want to get out of this place. Yeah. Or how about the ones who actually signed up for the job thinking, aha, I shall go join the army and be taken care of and everything, and oh god, Northrend is horrible, and the dead walk, and they're killing us, and oh god, that's Jimmy, I just talked with him last week and he's trying to kill me. Oh god, I can't take it anymore, get me out of here. So yeah, just trying to make the point here that what these Alliance people are doing is not only extremely understandable, I'm a little surprised it's not happening more. That would be horrible, Zuwan. Come on, you dwarven dog. Come on, Deutsch! It would be almost funny if they ended up hanging them instead. Thank you, Blood Elf. I will take this miserable cur from you now. And he salutes us and walks off. One of the things I find funny is this is one of the rare, interesting moments of coordination and cooperation between the Alliance and the Horde. Is getting rid of the people in the Alliance who don't actually want to be here. Anyways, did I already? Yes, I did.
What do you need?
Good job, Elvaxis. That's one less filthy, useless, Aldium scumbag that we have to provide for. If you're looking for more work, the Tarn and Blood Elf nearby need some help. Perhaps you'd be interested in helping me clean up the fields. They're littered with dirty little rat men, kobolds, snowballs, whatever you want to call them. They're all over the damned place. The stink alone is making my life hell. Take care of the vermin for me, and I'll make sure it's worth your while.
Go forth to victory.
Our enemies will fall.
We are witnessing something amazing here, Blood Elf. A whole undiscovered ecology exists and breathes not a few paces from us. I surmise it is the blood spore plant that has set this environment abuzz. I have collected some pollen from the nearby male species, but still lack female receptors. Fetch me a bushel of the blood spore carpels. You'll find them near the larger plants. Oh, be wary of their guardians.
We will have justice.
Okay, I can do that. They are well, if busy. The little one has decided that the Empire is an awesome thing. And she's right, of course. You have never seen cute until you've seen a 3-year-old say, "For the Empire." Here's an interesting question for you. Do you think that these blood spores are a natural phenomenon or a encouraged phenomenon? I say that specifically because it's not like they have the ability to just craft plants. I mean, for God's sakes, this is magnetars and snowballs. But they do, it is possible to coerce plants into a certain direction, especially when you have shamanistic magic in your hand, like the snowballs and the magnetar both do. That would make sense, said one joker. You know, the funny thing is, I bet people would still desert. Better to be hanged in the comfort of your own home, so to speak, than to be brutally butchered and then converted into the dying out there, right? I wouldn't blame him for that. Anyways, the reason I bring it up is we could go ahead and talk about something I have actually been saving as a discussion until now. The Magnetar. Now, these are snowbolts. I know it's a weird place to start, but there it is. The snowbolts are a form of kobolds, except instead of keeping candles on their heads, they keep these little piles of burning ash. Here, I'll kind of show you. Here, you see right there? And they've got like some of the blood spores up in there too, and those are the ones, that's what's actually burning. But both, like I said, both the snowbolts and the magnetar have access to elemental shamanistic magic and a degree of druidic magic, actually, on behalf of the magnetars. Now, I know what you're thinking. Magnetars have druidic magic? No, seriously, they do. Magnetars, for those of you who are not aware, are those giant four-legged doom creatures who are actually very, very powerful, relatively speaking, and are the distant cousins, I think is the best way to say that, of the dryads and of the centaurs. Yeah, like an instance, that's true. Let's see if I can find one. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I can actually literally show you what a magnetar looks like, for those of you not aware of what I'm talking about. This is a magnetar. This big old thing. Now, this is another one of those interesting circumstances where the only real reason these guys are different is because they happen to be here. In other words, these are basically the exact same creatures as Keepers of the Grove, Dryads, Centaurs, etc. They just happen to be up in Northrend. So over the last 10,000 freaking years, because they have become much, much more brutal and much, much more violent and much, much more generally aggressive than their southern companions. Keeping in mind that their southern companions also tend to be pretty horrible. Centaurs themselves tend to be very, very aggressive, primarily based on the area they were growing in, which is my point, actually, overall. This is a matter of location of upbringing causing the different types of tendencies and culture. So the Magnetar have the ability to speak and talk and intelligent and cast magic and all that fun stuff. They're just really, 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 really violent. How violent? Well, Magnetar are so violent, they actually can't coordinate with each other unless they are actively dominating each other. By which I mean, the only way any given Magnetar works together is if one of them is forcing the others to work together with him. In some cases, that will then force the others to work together against him. But either way, that's the only way the Magnetar actually coordinate. They, yeah. I don't know what else to add to that. Yes, they also mate rather violently. There are, like, I think a handful of exceptions to that. And there are a few exceptions where occasionally one Magnetar or a couple of other Magnetar actually do coordinate with each other in a more passive format. But for the most part, no. They hate each other because, excuse me, because each other Magnetar is just as much of an enemy in this hostile and difficult to survive environment as other enemies are. And that's the way they think of it as, because they're stupid. I mean, because it's a natural byproduct of blah, 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 blah. No, it's because they're stupid. Because it never occurs to the Magnetar that they could coordinate against the incredibly hostile terrain. Instead, they have been so shaped by the incredibly hostile terrain that they are then incredibly hostile. It's a nice little catch there. Hey, you orc. Hey, Perry.
Blood and thunder.
There you go.
Strength.
I've killed your kobolds for you. Well, you might ask, why did we kill those kobolds for him? Well, the sounds they make was bothering him.
We will persevere.
The tests must continue. Lovely, just lovely. He applies a sprinkling of pollen to one of the bloodspore carpels and then utters an incantation. I don't understand. Unless, of course, it's obvious the bloodspore moths are the entities responsible for pollination. It must be something that happens when the moth's internal system that acts as a catalyst for the pollen to work. It's starting to make sense now. That's why the snowballs don't kill the moths and instead go to great lengths to protect them. The stupid little rats have it all figured out. Well, we'll just have to get our own moth pollen. What do you say? Will you fetch me some? In the name of science!
Be ready for anything.
Also,
Baladash Malinore.
I brought you an egg. Alcor is no more, huh? Pity. As for the egg, we have no real use for it anymore. We've got bigger problems
The
to deal with
reckoning
now.
is at hand.
Alright, well, time to kill the moths. Innocent, defenseless moths. Kobolds exist because... Once upon a time, in the long, long ago... I smack you, so one. Once upon a time, long, long ago, there was the great candle, and the great candle in the sky showed the light unto all creatures, great and small, but especially puny ones. The puny creatures realized that they must emulate the great burning light in the sky to the greatest way that they could. Unfortunately, doing so proved to be impossible. So they gave up, and instead became their own thing, and there's really not a lot of history or backstory for the kobolds. They are another one of these so-called lesser races, the mongrel races actually is what they're referred to as, who don't really have a lot of culture or history to them and haven't really had a large impact on the story as a whole. Gnolls would be another example of this. And so would Murlocs, who really don't actually have a lot of lore to them, other than the fact that they came from the deeps and the behest of the Naga. That's pretty much it, you know. But apparently there's some lore in Legion. Let me go check my Legion source right now and see what that source has to say about snowballs or kobolds. I'm not finding anything. I got nothing. My source has failed me. I have no more Legion spoilers for you. Now, I do know that Bronzebeard actually speculates that the kobolds also came from the Earthen. And that is a degree of possibility. I'm not sure if I buy that. I mean, Trogs are pretty bad as is, so, I mean, Also, see you around, Arglos. Actually, Schmeidolf, there was going to be an entire plot arc about that was called the Mongrel Horde. And, it was going to be pretty cool, actually, from what I saw. And I'd just like to say that I totally think that Blizzard completely copied me on that. And I'd like to claim copyright spam, or copyright garbage, against Blizzard for stealing my idea. Okay, obviously I'm joking, but in all seriousness, I actually had a custom campaign I was building all the way back in Warcraft 3. with the map editor. That was pretty much exactly that. It was all of the lesser races had unified in order to form one cohesive whole that was coordinating with each other, so each of their detriments would cover their benefits. And I had created an entirely custom side based on that you could play as, which had, you know, Kobold and Gnoll and Centaur and, you know, the really big expensive units were like the Magnetar and stuff like that. And it was all about this mongrel horde. I didn't call them that. I think I called them the... I don't actually remember. But anyways, it was the equivalent of the mongrel horde. Was trying to carve a piece out of the world for themselves. And they were such small-time people, even when unified, that they couldn't actually properly threaten the Alliance or the Horde. So they ended up having to go and just kind of try and find their own thing, and it doesn't matter. But anyways, moving on.
The dark times will pass.
Hey, Narlex, the pollen is the key. Ha! Look at that! So, we've got a pollinated bloodspore flower and nobody to test it on. Say, would you perhaps be interested in rubbing this on your skin and letting me observe? What's the worst that could happen anyway? Don't worry, just take this sample of red powder and rub it all over your face. Okay.
Lorerun.
Now, let's see what happens. Oh god, I'm tiny. Oh god, it burns. Oh, my veins burn. It burns. Oh god, I'm going to kill you so hard.
The eternal sun guides us.
Primal Mighthorn will be delighted. This is better than I ever expected. Perhaps it's time I tell you the truth. Hellscream assigned Mighthorn and I with the daunting task of the Magnetar extermination on the southern front of Warsong Hold. With us came an entire platoon of seasoned Horde soldiers. That's 32 troops for reference. Our initial foray into the nearby Magnetar dens proved quite unsuccessful, as our entire squad was wiped out by the defenders. We're actually the only ones left. We aren't scientists or researchers, we're soldiers on a mission. Now go talk to the Mighthorn.
Remember the sun well.
You.
I've been expecting you.
The bloodspore you collected might just be enough to give us an edge against the Magnetars of Gamoth. With your help, of course. Magnetar live in prides, much like lions. 1 or 2 dominant males and several females and their offspring. In the case of Gamoth, the Magnetar den, Gamothra is the leader. It is Gamoth... Get it, by the way? Gamothra. Gamothra that controls this Magnetar population, and therefore it is Gamothra that must be slain. Take this pouch. Use it. We can kill him. Let's go wipe out the Magnetar and the snowballs for the Horde. Mountains of Skulls. Some of you probably think I'm making up that Mountains of Skulls comment. That's actually something that Garrosh says. He will have... I forget the exact wording, but it's basically, you know, I've seen the future... I've seen the vision of my Horde, Mountains of Skulls, Rivers of Blood, and I will have my Horde, or something like those lines. Because, yeah. Look, all I'm saying, Raskor, is that the Magnetar had it coming by being someplace that we wanted to move into. Because that's a valid reason, right? God, this place has got to stink so hard. Look at all the bones and meat that's just everywhere. Ugh. This place seriously needs Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. I mean, holy crap. Goodbye. Now I just gotta make my way back out. Khorne is worse than Garrosh because he's from Warhammer 40k. Let's just be honest about the reality there. Garrosh is stupider than Khorne, so I guess that's something he's got going for him. I will be the stupidest orc in all of history. You know what's kind of funny? Garrosh will probably go down in history as, like, one of, if not the worst orcs in the history of orc kind. His name will be whispered alongside names like Gul'dan, for God's sakes, as one of the orcs that led the orc people to ruin. I find that wonderfully ironic since orc pride was a big thing for him. He was all about, you know, oh, the rise of the orc people, and the orcs will be great, and orc supremacy. He was fully an orc supremacist, too. He just did not give a damn about the other races. The only ones he tolerated were ones he could use. Goblins, excuse me. Garrosh doesn't actually have what we'd call standard ethics, Snorlax. Remember, he's also very, very against using warlock magic, even though he's totally okay with infusing people with old god energies. I mean, seriously, which of those do you think is worse? Being a warlock, or trying to infuse the essence of a dead old god into an orc? Which of these things are worse? Granted, that's kind of a bad and also bad situation, but whatever.
What brings you here?
Here you go. We killed the Magnetar. Would you honor Lorelith by taking the head of the beast and presenting it to Hellscream? Sure.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Is this going to be another situation where Garrosh is going to think his tactics of sending a single platoon to take out an entire nest, an entire pride of Magnetar was a good strategy because it succeeded because of us? Why do we keep empowering Garrosh's stupidity? Why do we keep doing this? Why? He should fail constantly. I would rather the Horde lost completely in Northrend. Whatever. Hey, Garrosh, your totally brilliant tactic of being an idiot works.
Hellscream's eyes are upon you.
They will learn, Valvoxus. They will all learn. The Horde is not to be trifled with.
Only the strongest may defeat Orgrimmar.
You have faced all the challenges that have been set before you, and quashed it beneath your boot heel. It is because of you the Horde is now firmly entrenched, but our work has only just begun. We must march to Icecrown and tear down its walls. Your next assignment is to the east. Our Tonka allies are in dire straits and require aid. Now, this is the second time he has made the same correct but for the wrong reasons tactic. He is sending us, by ourselves, to support his allies who are in such dire straits that they are basically dying. Not that I'm aware of, Rory, no. At least I don't think he did. He didn't say he did, so I assumed he didn't. So that is the correct decision, because we're the player character. We're the heroes. We're actually going to help them. But remove that for a moment. Assume we're not the player characters. Assume we're Joe Jim Bob. His strategy is, I'm going to send one person after our honored allies, because that way they will know just how valuable they are to my Horde. Think about that. I mean, even ignoring the obvious military stupidity, think about the political and diplomatic ramifications of going after, of sending one guy to someone who is supposed to be your ally. It's, yeah. Yes, kneel before me. By the way, just to point us out, you notice a lot of these guys here are Magkar. A lot of the Magkar, actually I believe basically all of the Magkar, came with Garrosh and ended up being some of his strongest supporters.
Speak, friend. Go forth to victory.
Hang on. I'll go pull up the forum really quick here. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know if he was actually doing it. I guess we'll wait on what Hagaide says, because I don't know. So this is kind of neat, actually. They give you this mount that actually that has the ability to pretty much get you exactly where you're going, and you see a bit of stuff on the way there too, which is done on purpose. You go right by the Tuskar quest, you see the Lorerun quest, you go literally right next to the Dita quest. So this is a great way to be like, here's the other quests you could be doing in this zone, kind of a thing. Oh, we also go right by the Tuskar encampment, where we also see they're under attack there. So it's just kind of like a, here's all the stuff you can do in the Borean Tundra. It's kind of weird the Alliance doesn't get the equivalent of this, because this is actually some cool design. And of course, it's pretty quick, relatively speaking, this particular mount. So, sure, you remind me what your issue is exactly, because I could probably figure it out. I just didn't understand it when you were mentioning it the other day. By the way, I apologize for the general lack of music in the Borean Tundra. That's not going to get better today, because we're doing Dragonblight next. Now, I'm actually not doing, like, any of these quests, because these are all repetition quests. We've basically done all of these. So we're actually going to go do this stuff instead. So bye. Oh, by the way, one little point of note, actually. Some people are like, man, they must really care about the Horde and Alliance invasion. They sent 2 Necropoli here to deal with it. No. They sent 1 Necropoli. That happened. Then they sent a replacement Necropoli. Okay, I'm with you, Shiryu. What's the issue? That's true for everyone right now. The intro cinematic and the intro, I shouldn't say cinematic, the intro flyby and the intro voiceover has always been changed for post-Cataclysm, for like everyone. So that's the norm. You know, Norlex, that might have actually worked out better. Alright, here we go. Borgarok. Brock the rock dock. Brock the rock dock rock. You know, I like the Horde, but orc names just kind of... Yeah, anyways.
What do you need?
Yes, Shiryu. That is correct. The Mystic knows? You say he felt something happen to Farseer Grimwalker?
Go forth to
I must know what happened. Earlier he was observing the Magnetar at nearby Magmoth, but one of his grunts just returned, saying the group had been crushed, and the Farseer was dragged into the depths of the place. Before I send you on a suicide mission, I wish to consult with the spirits to learn more. There's an air elemental known as Empyreon in the ruins of Eldernoth to the west. She is wise and may give you the information we seek.
Go with honor.
Loktar.
The dim-witted cur, Steeljaw, tried to take our caravan of supplies on a shortcut through a Tonka graveyard. We just struck up relations with them. Now the caravan is in ruins, overrun by Tonka spirits that rose out of their graves as he was trampling them. Head south and see if you can salvage the situation. I sent Grunt Ragefist to help out. See if you can help lend a hand.
For the Horde.
I do like that quest, by the way. The implication that at least some of the orcs recognize what it's like to treat your allies as if they freaking matter to you.
What you want?
And that's the quest to go talk
Spirits
to
be with
the
you.
Murloc King. But we'll do that in a minute. Let's do this. No, let's do this quest. Let's do this quest. Seriously, the orc who led these guys through a Tonka graveyard is a moron. Come on, load. Load. There it goes.
Mokra.
This isn't good. Long Runner Proudhoof says these are the burial grounds of his honored ancestors.
Strength.
Hey, Jinkies. Hey, Nerozaz. Our fallen deserve a hero's funeral, but we cannot bury them on sacred Tonka ground. I'll not ask you to drag their bodies back from here, but take this and head further into the cemetery. When you come across our dead caravan guards and workers, put them to the torch. Honor our dead, Paladin.
Fight well, friend.
Force Commander Steeljaw's idiocy caused this mess. What was he thinking? Taking a caravan through a Tonka burial mound. What's done is done. Now it's time for us to deal with the consequences. Overlord Borgarok asked me to help the Longrunner Proudhoof in any way that I can. And the Longrunner has asked that we lay to rest the spirits of his ancestors. So what do you say, Paladin? Are you strong enough to handle such a simple task?
Go with honor.
How may I aid you?
One of your orcs named Steeljaw tried to save some time by taking a shortcut through our burial grounds. This had better not be how your horde normally acts, Blood Elf, or you will find the Tonka to be the end of you. Don't ever meet Garrosh. But you look as if you want to help fix this situation. Good. Steeljaw's cursed spirit now haunts this place and disturbs the remains of my ancestors. We must put an end to him. If we live through this, tell your overlord at the outpost to the north. Are you with me?
Go in peace.
For the Tonka! Valvaxis is going to join in our assault. Let us bring peace to our ancestors. By the way, I'd just like to say that this is a nice way to shine the light on the different cultures in this game. If you'll remember all the way back in the Bone Wastes in BC, we saw just how horrified the Draenei were to have to burn their own dead. Like, the idea of doing so was terrifying to them. And they couldn't even bring themselves to do it. They had to ask us to do it. Here, the orcs are like, we must honor the dead by burning them. Now, granted, they do prefer a proper burial, but the fact remains that to them it was a positive thing and not a negative one. God, what an idiot. Regain your strength. The place ahead is where Steeljaw was just felled. Ugh. Oof. Yeah, exactly, Nether. Different cultures. There he is. There's the dog's banner and his corpse. What's that? He's upon us! The defilement of this sacred resting place ends now! Moron. I believe so, yes, Nether. And they put them in the jars. Well, we know why the Draenei believe what they believe. For them, death is a really horrifying, terrifying concept that they just don't want to deal with at all. And so they put them far, far away from them in a mausoleum so they never have to interact with them ever again. Also, considering the fact that the Draenei are very, very easy to disturb from being dead, burning them is actually probably a bad thing overall. By contrast, the orcs are much more of a pragmatic race who understand death is an everyday concept because they are very, very mortal. So, to them, it's more like, well, no time to bury. Get to burning. So yeah, this was a sacred burial ground of the Tonka, and they dragged a huge caravan with lots of goods and lots of weight and lots of effort, which disturbed the crap out of the place. So, a lot of Tonka spirits rose from the dead, or I shouldn't say rose from the dead, but rose from their graves and immediately tried to destroy whoever or whatever was desecrating them. And they succeeded. And as Rory points out, this is still Northrend, where, you know, any dead is a potential recruit for the Scourge. Although, as we've pointed out, burning them doesn't actually prevent them from rezzing them. Although, fortunately for them, the Scourge weren't taking this fight seriously, so they never had to deal with their own burning troops coming back to kill them. Oh, and to explain the other thing, you could say that this guy's just an idiot, and that's entirely possibly the truth. But it's also possible that it never occurred to him that, you know, the actual dead might come up and bother them, because that isn't actually really how it works for orcs. Orc spirits generally don't get up if their graves are disturbed, because of the cultural difference I just mentioned, and the different way they perceive ancestors. Tonka, on the other hand, are very ancestral, shamanistic people. So for them, no, they got up immediately. Just like the Draenei would, actually, to use a similarity there.
Strength and honor.
Thank you, Paladin. We are the Horde. We do not leave our dead behind. It never should have been necessary in the first place. Steeljaw was a fool.
Go forth to victory. May your blades never dull.
Burning zombies. That gives me an idea.
Strength and honor.
Aussie? I don't know. I can't even do an Australian accent, so... Unless you mean an Austrian accent. Either way, I can't do it. So I suppose no one does. Hang on a second.
Go with honor.
You are foolish to come here, little blood elf. What is it that you seek? Ah, information you crave. The whereabouts and condition of your Farseer. He did not see so far as to avoid the trouble that befell him. Nevertheless, I will give you the means to acquire the knowledge. But first, you will do some things for me. No doubt you have seen the war between fire and water to the south. Simmer keeps boiling Churn's pool, and the two have been battling for ages. Go to the charred ridge and the blistering pool and convince each of them to stop their bickering. So, just to make that clear, this is a wonderful insight into the mindset of elementals. This is a pool, and a water elemental lives in this pool. He likes living in this pool. But then there's a fire elemental, and the fire elemental lives up on this ridge. And the fire elemental really likes boiling the water in that pool. And so the two of them have been at war for God knows how long over a stretch of land that you can literally see from one end to the other. I know this is MMO distance, so this may be several miles, but regardless, look at this. And yet it's so small and so petty and so pathetic, and yet it's just so normal for the elementals because this is what they care about. This is what matters to them. And of course the wind elemental is just irritated by the whole thing. Stop! Stop! Stop. Tell Empyrean I will consider a cessation of hostilities, but first, Churn must stop his watery intrusions upon my rise. There shall be no water upon my rise. Alright, well, let's go talk to Churn and give him the conditions of the peace. Hey, Churn. I will crush you under the weight of my waves. Oh God, I'm sorry. Please stop killing me. I submit. As long as Simmer agrees to stop boiling my pools, I will agree to an armistice. So you stop raising the water up there, he stops burning your water down there. Perfect. Everyone's happy. Now the grass will be fine, Nero says. I am pleased, but no doubt they will still continue to quarrel a bit longer. However, there's something else you will need to accomplish before you can return to your spirit talker. Now that the little squabble is dealt with, there's the matter of helping you and your talker. As you can see, my vassals have been enraged by the ongoing war between fire and water. This will not change anytime soon, but it will serve to your advantage. You need moats. Head up there and retrieve them from my tempests. What do you mean, Zoan? If you don't mind defining your statement so that I understand in full and total detail. Yes, Nero says. It's okay. We're not actually, like, permanently killing them or anything like that. He's okay with it. He gave us permission. He's a good leader. Go, kill my people wantonly. They mean nothing to me. Probably someone, yeah. I'd probably be the only person in the world who would actually enjoy playing that, but I'd buy it and play it. I regret the loss of the Tempests, but my word is bonds, even to a mortal such as yourself. See if we can fashion something of use to you. You've done what I asked. I've given what you desire. If she is wise, she will know the ritual to use this to gain the information you seek. What?
What can I do?
You've returned. What is that sound? Empyrean gave you a primal essence of herself? I can hear its howling winds. I know a ritual we can use to make use of it. We must hurry before the primal rips itself apart. Here, I've attuned the primal to you. Open your soul to it in the presence of my air totem. Do I have to? Spirit of wind touches all. With any luck, you'll be granted a vision.
Strength.
Very well. I rip open my soul. No, it's kind of dizzier than I thought it would be. Oh, hey, a vision. What do we got here? Oh, there's a Tarim, and there's some snowballs, and they kill him. And then they bind his soul. Well, that's not nice. Why would they do that? Actually, here's a legitimate question. Why would they do that? Good luck, Permeus. You're gonna need it.
Glory to the
They've
Horde.
shackled his spirit. We must put an end to his torture. We must descend into the bowels of Magmoth and find a way to free him.
Farewell.
Quick, descend. Speak with the
Go
Farseer.
with honor.
Okay, but first I need to talk to this guy.
How?
The Overlord refuses to allow the shaman to heal my wounds. He says it'll be a good lesson for me and give me time to reflect on my failure. But you could get revenge for me and the others who fell at Magmoth. I know the Spirit Talker wants you to go in there to save the Farseer. It's just to the east. Go, Paladin. Slay the Magnetar. Slay their snowballed servants. Regain the outpost's honor.
Victory!
Blood washes blood. Well, okay. I can do that. I have to admit, I'm kind of curious what would happen if the Magnetar just, like, suddenly ended up in the rest of Azeroth. Like, in the short term, they would probably dominate the crap out of everything. But given their total lack of ability to properly coordinate, like the other races of Azeroth have learned to do, they might actually be in a worse situation. You know what I mean? So, legitimate question though, guys. Why do you think that the Snowballs decided to bind the Tauren's spirit here? What benefit was there of doing so? Now, we know for a fact that they practice shamanistic magic down here. Both elemental and ancestral, as we've seen. They actually have fire totems and fire magic and all that kind of stuff. Ding! Weird place for a ding, but whatever. Waiting for stuff to fade. There we go. Super ding! Over the corpse. There we go. Oop, I guess that's the end of that. That is true. It is easier to interrogate the dead than it is the living, which is kind of funny when you think about it. Also, Rakanishu. Do I have no viewers right now? I feel very alone all of a sudden. Very awkward. I guess that's okay. I don't have much to talk about either. I guess I'll just pretend as if no one's viewing right now and just try to talk to myself as if this is then and now. What do I have that I can talk about right here? One of the things I find interesting about this whole area is the surprising symbiotic relationship that has grown up between the Snowballs and the Magnetar. It's actually a really logical one, too, which is why it surprises me so much. The Magnetar are big, powerful, destructive. Anything in their path will be destroyed. Except they're, you know, really, really incapable of dealing with certain types of things. Like, they probably can't even take care of themselves because of their massive size. And they don't exactly have the dexterity and dexterous nature in order to actually, you know, craft things or properly utilize the local elements or carve out the caves or anything like that. So, damn it, Void. Never returns my calls. So it's really logical that the Snowballs, who are much, much weaker... Yeah, exactly. It's a very, like I said, it's a very symbiotic relationship. These Snowballs are fully benefited by being with these Magnetar because they get the protection and strength of them. And the Magnetar get the benefit of having these little guys dealing with the everyday aspects of their lives. It's actually kind of similar to between a partnership that I wish we'd seen more of in fiction, and one that can only exist in fiction. The partnership between personal power and political power. AKA, you have one person who is just a beast. You know, they're very, very strong, and they're very capable, and they could crush anyone in their path if they wanted to. And someone who has connections and influence and resources, and the ability to manipulate nations and kingdoms. And have those two people partner up. And then you have a unified force of doom, but you almost never see that in fiction. Most of the time, either someone who has political power is also personally powerful, or someone who's personally powerful tries to take political power, which is its own interesting story, because people who are personally powerful are almost never good political leaders. Cough, cough. There's quite a few examples of that in Warcraft. Anyways, so we found Farseeker Grimwalker. Thank you for my reprieve, Paladin. If only true freedom were so easy to obtain. After my small force of grunts were killed, I was dragged down here and ritually murdered. The Snowball who did this is known as Kaganishu, or Rakanishu, if you prefer. Though you have vanquished his shaman helpers, my spirit is still tethered to this place. After he slew me, he created a fetish from my body, which anchors me here. Kaganishu is using it to learn all that I know of shamanism. You must retrieve the fetish from him and use it upon my spirit. So yeah. This is, again, the kind of thing that the Magnetar wouldn't actually be able to do, which is a nice way to lead into that there. He wanted to learn more about shamanism. The kobolds have an understanding and knowledge of shamanism, but it's very, very primitive. It's very weak compared to, you know, anyone else, basically. And so they wanted to actually be able to have a little bit more personal power and understanding and concept of the elements, you know, either for personal gain or for offensive abilities or for Is it up? I think it's up. Or for being able to morph the terrain better, or just any other possible thing. There's quite a few different possible uses for increased knowledge and capacity for shamanistic magic. Well, yeah, but I meant in fiction, Raskor. We don't really see that often in fiction. I mean, for example, let's say there was this really, really strong warrior who is very, very good as a warrior, who decided to become war chief of the Horde. Just to name one random example off the top of my head. Now, I know. He didn't decide to become. He was granted it by an idiot! I'm sorry, I like Thrall as a character a lot, but man, that boy is so stupid. I think it's probably one of the reasons I like him more, actually. He is very stupid. Okay, so... I thought he was in, like, a side cave, but I'm not even seeing it. Not that I'm aware of, Nerozaz, no. But it could be. But considering kobolds haven't even existed until all the way as more recently as Warcraft 3, it's less likely since Warcraft 1 was the one that openly drew off of Warhammer. I will say this for Blizzard. There is one thing they do very, very well, and I like it. It's just, everything they do has to have a big asterisk next to it. Because Blizzard is the Borg. I'm kind of being serious about that. Blizzard is really, really good at taking other new ideas, you know, new innovative concepts that other people come up with, and polishing them so that they're actually executed very well, you know? And, that's pretty much explains all of Blizzard's modus operandi in a nutshell right there. So some people accuse them being unoriginal, and that's totally, absolutely true. But, you know, like I said, they tend to put out a very high-polished, high-worked product when they do so. Oh, damn it, he's over here, isn't he? Yep, he's right there. Hey, you want to group up? No? You want to be a dick? Okay, I'll just take it from you then. Fucker. Excuse my language. I'm in a really bad mood today. Anyways. Moving on. Honestly, probably the beginnings of that was, I'd say Warcraft 2 or 3. I'm not sure which specifically, because they had a few original ideas, and then they just kind of took them and ran with them. Well, I don't know if they would anymore, Nerozaz. They did once upon a time. Now, Relic, they make some good, Warhammer games. Ah, what the... Go away! Hurry, Paladin. I am freed, thank you. I have one final request of you. Now that my spirit has been freed, would you do the honor of returning my remains to Spirit Talker Snarlfang? Okay. I'll just carry your body, your corpse, really, up there. Well, yeah, that's admittedly kind of how I tend to think of it, Sly Foxtail. The only thing I wish is that they would give more credence to the people who had the original ideas. So at least the people who had the original ideas could, you know, get some credit for it. I mean, for a long time there, WoW is a great example of this. Virtually every feature that WoW has implemented, virtually, not all of them, virtually every feature that WoW has implemented over the years, in each of its expansions and whatnot, has a feature that either has been done in another MMO beforehand, but worse, or was done in an add-on that one of the players built. You know, and again, usually worse. Usually, not all the time. And so they keep being like, that's a good idea. We'll try that next time. You know, that kind of thing. In terms of pure aesthetics, I prefer Warcraft orcs. The orcs don't really look all that awesome to me, design-wise. They've got some other great things going for them, but that is not one of those lists. Oh, fine, I'll kill you then! God, you really want to die that badly? Here, die stunned so you don't even see it coming. Rotten hell. Anyways. It's okay, this time we're not carrying a corpse for some kind of negative purpose. So this quest that we're about to do was actually, believe it or not, rather revolutionary when we first did it. it was the first time we saw something that kind of got acknowledged in lore. It's something that's been expanded on since then, actually. I'll go ahead and tell you now. This quest is going to involve resurrection. This is one of the first quests in this entire game where in-game and in lore, we are actually resurrecting someone. Sorry, Myron. I am in an absolutely hellaciously bad mood today. I almost didn't stream today. Trying to mask it. So, as I've discussed before, this is a setting, again, where resurrection exists, but kind of similar to, say, D&D, for example. It's not cheap or easy or free. You know, not anyone can be resurrected just at will for free without consequence or cost. And there's some pretty specific rules for how that works. So in this case, for example, they had to actually specifically free his spirit. Now, granted, his spirit probably would have been free anyways. But the point is, his spirit had to not move on. His spirit had to still be adhered to wanting to come back, right? And then we had to free his spirit, of course. But then we have to actually get the body back here, and then she had to spend the mana to resurrect him. And even when he's resurrected, he's very weak and drained from the experience. So it's not like it's just you bounce back up and it's like, aha!
Loktar! Go forth to victory.
In case you think I'm kidding here. Farseer, I'm so glad to see you again. Oh, I've been returned to the land of the living. Oh, now I must rest. Thank you for all that you've done. I look forward to further training when you're ready. Oh, God. Yeah, that's a pretty fun one, Raskor.
Makra! Farewell!
Alright. Hey, Tekoida. Now, I believe that's actually it for the Borean Tundra. I'm running through in my head. I'm pretty sure that's it for the Horde-specific quests. Now it's time to do the Dragon Blight. Dragon Blight. Yay. Congrats, Permeus, again. Poor gnomes. I like how they basically drained this entire area just to mine it for oil. Because this used to have water in it, this whole basin right here. Just like those areas did up there. Of course, the Nerubians liked that. Makes it easier to drill through. No, Garrosh is a wonderful leader, Tekoida. Let's go and turn this in real quick.
Greetings, traveler. Go in peace.
So one of the things that's one of the big overarching quests of this area, I guess we could actually do some of these quests, but these are mostly repetition quests. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab the quests and not read most of them, because again, most of them are actually repetitious,
May
like
the
I said.
eternal sun shine.
But one of the big undercurrent threads of this entire quest arc...
Yo,
Is this? Yeah, no.
have a good one.
It's the fact that
How may I aid?
they're debating if they want to evacuate or not. In fact, I could probably just go and
Winds be at your back.
have that conversation play, assuming I get here in time to see the rest of it. There were several near Azaz. Dragonblight was actually the first place where the undead plague was ever spread. Fun fact. But human settlements were down here at Valdegard, up around here in Dragonblight. There were a few around here in the Borean Tundra, and there were a few in the Grizzly Hills. So that's as far as the human colonization had extended back in the day. Icecrown, to remind you, wasn't actually really a zone back then. It was just a glacier. Just a chunk of ice, basically. Most of this was built up, in fact, basically all of this, was built up by the second Lich King. Not the first, the second Lich King. Shellus Urbation, of course, was not colonized, I should have to explain why, and neither was the Storm Peaks, or Zuldrak. All of those places were pretty much off-limits. So, yeah, everywhere else, though, the entire southern reaches had human settlements. Come on, talk. Damn you. Whatever. Wait, what? Did he... Was that the beginning of a conversation? No nation, Nero says. They weren't part of any political body. They were just human settlements. Now, we do know they kept in contact with the rest of the Eastern Kingdoms regularly. We know that quite a few different ways. We see that in WoW and in Warcraft 3, how several people talked about, you know, rumors coming from the north, and people requesting aid from the north, and there's this plague that's coming up in the north. So quite a few of them, quite a few of the humans still had trade partnerships going on with everyone down south, but that's it. They were not part of anyone. They had no sovereign territory, so to speak. Which is funny, because if you think about it, even as of right now, see around Nether, there's really no actual governing body that has a claim to Northrend after the events of Wrath of the Lich King. Because let's see, the Drakari are gone, basically, spoiler alert. The Watchers have been basically removed from power, as has most of the groups up there. Obviously, the Scourge has had the things happen to it that happened to it. It's a little more complicated. The Alliance never really actually manages to claim a decent chunk out here. Neither did the Horde. Yeah, there's no actual big power up here that I can think of that actually remains. Maybe some small powers, but nothing big. Poor Drakari. I mean, they kind of asked for it based on what they did. But, yeah. What do you mean, Taquita? The Scourge has us surrounded. We can hold the village for a while, but if we can't defeat them, they will overrun us. The time has come to act. We must decide how to deal with this Scourge before it consumes us. The choice is clear. We must attack! I know the odds are against us, but the Tonka do not go quietly to the slaughter. I'll die with my axe in my hands and drenched by the blood of our foes. I will not sacrifice my warriors for romantic notions of glorious death on the battlefield. What use is fighting for survival if no one survives? There is a time for battle, Durham, but first, we must find a way to even the odds. What would you have me do, Harry? Well, the ancestors knew a way to confound the enemy's senses. We could use this knowledge to discover the Scourge's weakness, or strike at their commanders. Without their leaders, the Scourge would fall before our warriors. A dishonorable scheme. What is your honor worth, Durham? Your life? Mine? The life of blind old Great-Father Mahan, who raised you from childhood? Honor is meaningless to a dead man. A warrior may throw himself into battle for honor's sake, but a chieftain is responsible for far more. We will follow Ares' plan and continue to defend our village. Oh, gotcha, Dakota. I was kind of confused by that statement. So, as you can see, the general dilemma facing these Tonka is, what the hell do they do? Now, remember, the Tonka are no strangers to moving. As we mentioned back in the Howling Fjord, it's actually a normal thing for them to be nomadic. They generally don't sit in any one spot at a time. However, there's a generation of players, or not players, excuse me, a generation of Tonka who believe that the best thing to do when contested is to fight back. Not necessarily because they want to hold their territory, just because they don't actually want anyone to They don't want to be pushed back. They don't want anyone else to be the ones to push them away from their territory. We will fight back no matter the cost, and we will do whatever is necessary for our people, even though it's actually going to get them killed and all that fun stuff. And yeah, it's pretty much exactly like the Tauren used to be, so I suppose that's a strong similarity there. Hello, React. Hopefully I'm saying that name correctly. This is what we call a lore run, aka where I play through the game, any given game in question, and talk about the story, the dialogue, the quests, the plot, the species, the setting, the food, the cultures, the politics, the wars, pretty much everything lore-related while we're going through it, hence the term. And yeah, as before mentioned, the Kirin Tor don't have any actual sway or power up here because they don't actually want to. They could. Theoretically, the Kirin Tor could probably take over Northrend, but they don't, and they don't want to. And of course, they're going to be heading south towards, I guess, around this area in the next expansion, just to show how much they care about Northrend.
May the eternal sun shine.
Where's... Oops. Nope. There it is. God, I'm blind. So after these Tonka, go through these series of quests, which again, I'm not actually going to be doing, like, any of these. We reach the conclusion that the Tonka have to abandon this territory without really fighting the Scourge. So they leave behind a few soldiers who are going to be fighting against the Scourge, and we take a Tonka. We escort a Tonka this way. I would have to do like 12 other quests to get this one quest, 12 repetition quests to get one new quest, which is why I've decided it's not worth my time. I would like to get through Dragonblight today at the very least. So we're just going to go ahead and move on to to Dragonblight. That is, of course, assuming I can get the quest I want to get, which we're going to find out in a moment here. If I can't, then fine, I'll go do those quests off camera. I'm doing Dragonblight on the Alliance first anyways. Well, shoot. Looks like we can't get this quest yet. Damn it, really? Fine, we'll do this off camera. But like I said, we're doing Dragonblight on the Alliance first because I feel like the Horde quest chain ties into the final events of Dragonblight a lot more cleanly than the Alliance quest chain does. So we're actually going to be doing this in a different order than we usually do. Normally we do all the neutral stuff on our first character, and then do the faction-only stuff on our second character. This time, we're going to be doing just the faction-specific stuff first, and then all the stuff on our second character. There's a method to the madness, I swear. Well, Nerozaz, as you can see, getting to Northrend isn't really all that hard. Getting to Kalimdor is a little bit trickier. But the general idea is that no one had ever discovered Kalimdor. That's money, really all it boils down to. No one had ever actually gotten to Kalimdor and settled there long term. And it's kind of assumed
what brings you here?
That there was really no general purpose and reason to do so.
Friend.
After all, the Alliance in general was not actually all that advanced prior to the events of the First War. Especially keep in mind that there was a lot more internal conflict during that particular section of history than there was during most of the other ones. So while nowadays it would be much, much easier for them to be able to reach Kalimdor, and indeed, they do so on a regular basis. Back in the day, yeah, that would have been a really difficult, long, extensive trip. And it would have, and of course, you know, you might think, well, why didn't they do that during Warcraft 2? Or during Warcraft, you know, the obvious answer there being, of course, they were distracted. They had a few other more pressing matters to be dealing with at the time. So, Dragonblight. Once again, I know I've mentioned this already, but I have to give credence to the skill of the druids to be able to make flowers and plants grow on ice and snow. That's admittedly quite impressive. God, I'm already 78. Where's the frickin'... There it is.
You need something?
As I crossed the bridge into Dragonblight, a small group of Anubarar ambushed me. I was surrounded, Those monsters knew where I was coming. I barely made it out of there with my flesh intact. This list I hold must be taken to Winterguard Keep, but I'm too badly injured to make the journey.
Be careful.
The list I hold must be delivered to High Commander Halford Wormbane. He commands the 7th Legion, stationed at Winterguard Keep on the eastern borders of Dragonblight. Of course they could have to go. If any of the traitors on this list are stationed at Winterguard, it could be catastrophic. Please, Xylem, show the document to Polina Silvercloud here and explain the nature of your mission. She will put you on the fastest hippogriff to Winterguard.
Have a good one.
So we're not actually going to be doing like any of the quests here because these are all repeated
Goddess
in Horde quests. So instead, we're going to go do straight to
How may I
Winterguard.
help? Goddess watch over you.
Off we go. Good morning, Nethrazim. But no, the general idea is Kalimdor hadn't been discovered yet for the same reason that the Americas weren't really that discovered early on by European powers. It's not like they didn't have the ability to do it, and it's not like there weren't exceptions who managed to pull it off. It's just that overall they didn't really bother yet. Wow, the red shrine is on fire, literally. That's kind of horrifying. Yeah, well, I'm sure it's fine. So this is Wormrest Temple. This is a temple that was actually built by the Titans. You can tell because it's absolutely huge. It also goes into the ground quite a ways, too. There's also a road there that's completely broken that actually leads all the way up to the Storm Peaks. It's kind of cool. We'll follow it at some point. Bunch of dragon corpses around here. I'm not sure why. Okay, I'm kidding. I know exactly why, of course. Ugh. So this is Winterguard Keep, in the shadow of Noxramas right there. So this is the 7th Legion. The 7th Legion is pretty much the biggest, best forces the Alliance set up here. Everything I've mentioned before about how the Alliance, and the Horde both really, but primarily the Alliance, has been sending up you know, conscripts and not enough supplies and not enough material. It basically has just kind of been half-assing the overall invasion into Northrend. This is pretty much the one big exception to that. They sent the entire massive power of the 7th Legion all the way up into here. I don't know, Nerozaz.
Well met.
I mean, well, actually, I guess I
honor,
do
friend.
know. There is actually a good reason for that. Remember, Medivh had the powers of a prophet. They landed over here, right about where the Tauren were. If the Orcs had not encountered the Tauren when they landed, things would have probably gone really, really badly. If they had landed over here, they would have encountered the Centaurs, and things would have probably gone very, very badly. So, that's probably why Medivh actually said that, because, yeah, that would make sense. So,
King's honor, friend.
well, we focused to hold our ground at Winterguard. Hey, what's this? This is not what I want.
Light bless you.
I don't feel like. I'll pick up this quest for later.
Need
When we do
help
Grizzly
or the
Hills.
Alliance?
Wait, no, not no. That too. They could literally take their boats and sail from west coast to east coast rather than take their boats, go around the continent, go across the earth, and end up at the wrong part of Kalimdor. And it would also taken longer, which is also relevant. And he'd already sent Jaina and her forces to that same area. Probably for the same reason, because again, he wanted them all to coordinate. Come back, Winterguard! Yaha, let me off this thing! I guess we'll enjoy the view of Noxramas as we go by. This area right here was a human settlement once upon a time, by the way. Oh my god, let me off! Well, here's Grizzly Hills, also known as the breadbasket of Northrend. This right here is probably one of the areas I like, I actually rather enjoy. Not just because I enjoy questing in the Grizzly Hills, not just because I love the aesthetic, but the very idea of the Grizzly Hills, it just appeals to the more territorial slash provincial minded mind that I've got going on. Because this whole area has tons and tons of lumber, ore, metals, gems, hides, bone, food, animals, which are also food and hide. You know, just this is an absolute glut of resources. Actually, the Horde did just try to shoot us down. That's why we're trying to dodge them now. The Horde were asleep at the wheel for a second, though. Best part is we're going to have to do this quest again later, so we can actually showcase all this stuff. No, Noxramas was built on the ground, and then it was risen up. But yeah, this region is, without question, the single most important location for the war effort. Without Grizzly Hills, there would be no war effort. By the way, this is one of the, other than Wintergrass, which really doesn't count, this is the only real PvP zone in all of Northrend. With a bunch of world PvP going on for it. Let me off this freaking griffin! Ah, let me get to the ground! So I can get away from this stupid place. Ah, okay, back to Winterguard. God damn it. Let's abandon that quest so I could do it in the future. But yeah, this place is very, 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 very valuable. And very, very, very useful to both sides. And again, that's why there's open world PvP. There's like a summer mill down here. Summer mill? Lumber mill, sawmill that's down here, which is contested, and there's like fighting all the way up the river, and there's a couple zones up there, you know, that kind of a thing. Because, of course, the first thing the Alliance and the Horde would think is, I want all of the resources, therefore I'm going to waste time, effort, money, resources, and lives on fighting the other side, rather than trying to coordinate and share those resources with them, because that's the Alliance/Horde way. God, anyways. Grizzly Hills has some really good quests, too. So that's another benefit. Okay, so now that we're back at Winterguard. Oh my god. Let's avoid... So that's the quest I need to avoid. That one right there. I need to remember that. Well, we're not sure, actually, Nero says. Unfortunately, other than one little sneak peek, we have no idea what's been happening in Northrend after the events of Wrath. We do know a lot of what the dragons have been doing up at the Wormrest Accords, and we know that, you know, the dragons Zolafent. But that's it, basically. So, I don't know. There is also the Bolvar thing, but of course they don't know about the Bolvar thing. So, again, I don't actually know. Who knows?
Hey there.
What do you got there? I like how we've still got Grizzly Hills music going on right there. He breathes the mist, crumples it up, and throws it around. Do you know where the people on this list are now? Take a look outside near the front gate. They're the ones hanging from the arches. I don't see anyone hanging. I'll look for it.
See you later.
Lord Fordragon has sent a crushing assault against Arthas at the Wrath Gate. That would be Bolvar Fordragon, by the way. Arthas has sent Noxramas down upon us, while Kel'Thuzad hides in his floating citadel. His ground commander, Thelzon, lays siege to Winterguard Keep. The lower village is already lost, and any chance of extracting survivors from the ruins diminished by the minute. Act quickly! Report to Griffin Commander Ulrich. He'll get you up to speed. Now leave me!
See you around. Greetings.
Through the valleys and peaks of Mount Hyjal, across the shifting sands of Silithus, against the Legion's dread armies we have fought. We are the nameless, faceless sons and daughters of the Alliance, by the light and by the might of the Alliance. The first strike belongs to us, and the last strike is all our enemies see. We are the 7th Legion. So, in other words, these are the guys who are apparently the force that was forged by Jaina, I feel like pointing out, in Warcraft 3, and then during the events of the recent resurgence of the War of the Shifting Sands against Ahn'Qiraj, and then, of course, fighting back in the Burning Crusade.
For the Alliance.
Yeah, by the way, as Raskar points out, this is the best force the Alliance has at this point in time. This is the best, strongest forces they have. And they sent one Black Citadel, one floating fortress here after them. And the Scourge are actually winning this encounter. Now this is also important because if you'll notice, now that we're out of the 2 starter zones, the level of resistance that the Scourge are showing to the Alliance and the Horde has gone up a little bit. I know, I am aware of the add-on, yes, Garb, thank you. I don't like it personally, but I know a lot of people who do. What did it... Right. So now, instead of just sending piddling little weak forces who barely are armed, they're sending about medium strength forces, give or take. And I want to stress that because, again, this is not a full-fledged Scourge assault. This is just them kind of sending out, we'll up the difficulty another step. And that's why, of course, the best of the Alliance are here and losing. And again, it's that whole Darwin thing they've got going on again. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Here we go.
Can I assist you?
There's been a disturbance in the west. But I just came from there.
Till next week.
I don't want to do those quests because those are duplicate quests, and I'll do those on the Horde. That is true, Zira, but it is also indicative of the Scourge in general that is actually only one step up in difficulty rather than them actually going full tilt against them. Oh, hey, there's a crypt down here. That's really dumb. Where is this front? I want to see this front gate. Is this the front gate? Was this the front gate? Think you lost the front gate, guys. Just saying. Doesn't seem to be in peak condition. There's the other quest. What's this? It's an image of Kel'Thuzad. Observe Hagen the Unclean, the mastermind behind the plague cauldrons that turned the wilderness of Azeroth into the Plague Lands. It is said that Hagen has rigged the very walls and floors of Noxuramas itself with a vast array of traps which he can trigger at will. So this is a cool thing. It just has a little bit of a lore tidbit on most of the bosses of Noxuramas. I'm just going to chill here for a moment while Eligor talks about them. And yeah, until this, we never had any lore for any of these bosses. This is where we found out the truth about Thaudius, too. Come on. Give me more lore. Give me the lore. Give me the lore. Give me the lore. Give me the lore. Next, I shall speak of the blighted abomination wing of Noxuramas. There, the Scourge developed the strongest and most hideous aberrations of their armies. That's not actually true. There's another place where they do that even better, in Citadel. Gluth, foul plague dog of Noxuramas, was said to have an appetite so voracious that even the living were not enough to satisfy his hunger. Fugin is said to feed him an army of zombies daily, recycling the remains of the undead too weak to use in combat. Well, not only that, but they're not as good as the Scourge. I mean, I don't have a better way to put that. The best of the best and brightest of the Alliance are only as good as the Scourge forces here, and the Scourge forces are replenished by their losses. Oh, you're funny, Nethrazim. How big was the Titan? We don't actually know 100%. It has never been stated, but the way I've always thought of it is if you ever look at Wyrmrest Temple, that's about how tall a Titan would be, by my account. Next, I shall speak of the dread plague wing of Noxuramas, where the Scourge seek to improve the deadly blight which they use to spread across Lorerun. Don't go to Hagen again. We already just saw Hagen. Oh, there you go. Loatheb. The hideous results of fusing living plague of the Plague Lands with the bog beasts of Azeroth. Loatheb is said to control the power of healing itself. Nah, Zoan Joker. They've got other things to deal with. Like Malagos. Seriously, though, I don't know why they've never bothered to do that.
What can I do for you?
My old enemy, High General Abendus, has come to Northrend. Somehow she survived the attacks upon Tyr's Hand and brought a small force north. They've established New Hearthglen to the south. While they could prove useful in fighting the Scourge, Abendus herself is too shrewd an opponent to let live. Trust me, if we'll let them stand, she'll be at our throats before the dust settles. So we'll deprive them of their leadership and go about our business. Bring me her head as proof.
Have a good one.
Does anyone remember if there's a Kill Abendus quest on the Horde? Because I know this is like the only Scarlet quest for the Alliance, and the Horde gets a bunch of Scarlet quests. But I don't remember if the Horde also gets the one to go after her. The Lich Kel'Thuzad. He serves the Lich King without question, a necromancer of great prowess in life. Turned into a master of necromancy after his death. It is said he is the most loyal of the Lich King's subjects. Kel'Thuzad has survived trials that would long have shattered the souls of the greatest of the Brotherhood. He readily gave his life at Arthas' hand, later to be brought back, reborn in the power of the Sunwell. In the Plague Lands, Kel'Thuzad was again defeated by agents of the Argent Dawn. However, his phylactery was discovered and delivered to a false agent of the Brotherhood. We have yet to discover who stole this and why. I shall leave these images on display for your perusal. Okay, that's what I thought, so we'll actually not do that quest, because we'll be doing that on the Horde, when we do all the Scarlet quests. They have a whole chain of dealing with the Scarlet Onslaught. So that means we only have one quest.
Greetings.
Have you ever ridden on a griffin? It's simple, just hop on and tell it where to go. Yes, I've ridden on a griffin, thank you. With this whistle, you can call down a Winterguard griffin. Mount the creature and head towards the ruins of Winterguard Field Village, also known as the Carrion Fields, southeast of here. Once at the fields, keep your eyes peeled for helpless Winterguard villagers. When you spot one, fly low and use the griffin to pick it up. There's scourge all over the place, so you need to keep your wits about you. Good luck!
Careful for the Alliance.
Alright, let's do it. Vehicle quests are awesome. But yeah, I do agree. I don't think there's actually a way to flat out nullify necromantic magic any more than there's a way to nullify any other magic. Dampen it, yes. We know for a fact you can dampen. What? I'm right here. We know for a fact that you can dampen necromantic energies because we see that in Warcraft 3. But flat out nullifying it? No. No, Salty, we just got here. Oh, I'll save you! What? I'm right here. Hey, dude, come here. Get on, quick! Okay. You're safe. You're safe. No one will ever kill you again, as long as you give me about Tree Fitty. Because I'm going to need about Tree Fitty. Damn, one at a time? One at a time? Seriously? Okay, whatever. How can I ever repay you for this, friend? I'm gonna need about Tree Fitty. What's funny is this is almost copy-paste of a quest later on in Icecrown. I do wonder why the Nethrezim never tried an undead force like this before. Or maybe they did and they just never tried it to this extent before. Because, there she is. Yay, I came back. I'm sorry. I was full last time. Here. Okay, got you. Yeah, I do, Garb. Because the Nethrezim have tremendous knowledge of necromancy in general. They're the ones who pretty much invented all of these new forms of undeath that we see, that the Lich King then, perfected, basically. But, that all came from the Nethrezim, so what the heck? Why have they never done this before? Then again, given how badly the Scourge turned out, maybe that's why they've never done it before. Maybe they knew it was a playing with fire situation, and they only did it because Archimonde flat out told them, go make this happen. Now. And they were like, okay, boss. You insist. It is also worth noting that it's possible that they've never had to before. The Legion themselves have been more than capable of taking out basically everything they've ever encountered, with Azeroth being the one exception to that. So, yeah, it is entirely within reasonability that they were like, nope, we don't need anything like that. And that would also kind of explain things, because it sort of explains the escalation that happens in Azeroth. First, they just try invading. That failed. Then they try the Orcs. Then they try the Scourge. And then they try invading again, as we'll be seeing in the next expansion. Just this time a little more full tilt. Say no more, Leoric. We all feel the chill in our bones, yet every day heroes arrive from across the world and beyond. I have heard whisperings from the east that our esteemed Scarab Lord has joined the battle, as have an entire battalion from Shatrith, heroes blessed by Adal himself, granted the rank of Adal. You're right, of course. Let us hope that these heroes arrive soon. Let's see if we can find any other people to rescue from the carrion field. Oh, there's someone. Be saved. I don't know, Salty. I'd start singing the song, but I'm worried about copyright. I would like to see a Naru fight for real, yeah. I agree. That would be kind of cool. I hope so, Formosan, but I doubt it. I imagine most of these griffins were just basically brought onto the ships and then tended and cared for, the same way you would transit horses. You know, you don't actually have a special ship cargo hold just for transiting horses. You just have people who take care of them and make sure they don't completely freak out down there for the long trip. Come here. Excuse me. That's true. Griffins are much smarter than horses. You could literally explain, look, I know it's unpleasant. It's going to be a bit of a trip. So just bear with us on this one. I hope so too, Noralax. I already hate the multi-timelines, multi-dimensions thing in Warcraft. It's probably one of my least favorite aspects of the entire setting. Well, there's two answers to that, Henrik. Answer number one, pride. How dare they stand against us? How dare they be the one world that's getting in our way? Screw them! Let's go kill them. Option two, there are no other worlds left.
What can I do for you?
Outstanding work. We can get this keep back into working order now we have the return of our citizens. Return to High Commander Wormbane at once. Let him know if your mission was a success and if you remaining villagers have rescued
Bless you.
our
Go
back
with
to
honor.
work. Also, one other nice little touch here. Pretty much everyone here has armor that was available to players, except for like these guys. This is, well, I mean, this is armor that's available to players as well. In other words, but look, they've got the PvP gear back from Vanilla, the armor from Northrend. See, a lot of the PvP gear here from Vanilla. A lot of gear from the Sunwell, too. For example, he's actually wearing a full set of plate mail from Sunwell, just to use another example.
Can I help you?
The townsfolk are all back to work already? Outstanding, soldier. We'll get this town back up and fortified in no time. Before long, reinforcements will be ready to fight with Lord Fordragon at the Wrathgate. I'm getting ahead of myself, of course, as there's much to do here before we can even think about sending you to the aid of Bolvar. Just down this path is Winterguard's town square. Once a hive of activity for citizens of Winterguard, it is now a war zone, filled with murderous geists hell-bent on vengeance towards the living. And the buildings around the town square are trapped villagers that must be rescued. I ask much of you, but you're the only soldier I can spare.
For the Alliance.
A quarter flash recently requisitioned my group for a specialist that he could send on a reconnaissance mission into the mines. To that end, I sent him Slinkin, my demolitionist. I foolishly thought he could close off that pit of damnation for the mission, and after his mission with quarter flash was complete, an entire day has now passed. I want answers! Speak with my chief engineer and track down my missing agent.
See you later.
Elune Adore.
The town square down this path is overrun with undead citizens of Winterguard. Our own crypt provides a seemingly endless supply of soldiers for the scourge to throw at us. Take no pity on them. While they were once mortal and capable of compassion and thought, they are now ravaging undead with only one purpose: our destruction. Venture forth and kill all the undead for the Horde, or Alliance, whatever we are. For the Alliance Horde.
Can I help you?
I feel terrible about this, friend. I fear in my haste to recover that strange ore, I may have doomed Agent Slinkin. While I have not heard from Slinkin or know what fate befalls him, perhaps I can assist in finding him. He holds up a toy. No, this is not a toy, newfound compatriot. It is in fact my latest mechanical creation. The machine that was created with the sole purpose of finding that which has been lost. There are unfortunate circumstances, but the machine is your best chance at finding him. When you're ready to begin, place the bot on the ground next to me.
He's seen you.
Hours before the Noxeramus invasion, one of the miners stumbled upon a dark ore that was oozing a viscous liquid. In the chaos that occurred during the evacuation of the mine, we lost the samples taken from the alien node. Now the Scourge prospects the ore for use in their machines of death. You must get back to the Winterguard mine and get our strange, unusual ore, whatever it is. It's totally not Serenite. That blasted necropolis blindsided us. In the wake of its destruction, Winterguard mine was lost. Worse yet, Kel'Thuzad's acolytes have raised the miners as scourge and are using them to supply their siegesmiths with material from our mine. The supply line must be halted and our lost brothers will be put to rest. Oh, if they couldn't raise the ethereal?
Be careful.
It depends on too many circumstances at that point. Like, for example, do the Scourge have another source of forces? Do they have an unlimited source of other forces? Are they actually going to be going full tilt and actually going at the ethereals with all of their might, etc., etc., etc.? I would say at the very least they stand a chance at defeating the ethereals, but it would take the right circumstances and the right tactics. Wanted. The Scourge flesh giant known as Krug Oathbreaker was responsible for the deaths of my husband, children, and dear friends. Those brave enough to take on this bounty will find Krug in the southeastern reaches of the Carrion Fields. I demand justice. That's actually vengeance, not justice. Kill Krug Oathbreaker. In the event that Krug is slain, I have pooled money and items together and give them to High Lord Leoric to give out a reward. Please vindicate us. While out in Eldritch Heights with my cousins Scroty and Boty, a vicious band of Wolvar from the Bloodpaw tribe attacked us. We attempted to flee, but I fear they got Scroty and Boty. I demand retribution. Is there someone brave enough to venture to the southeastern reaches of the Dragonblight, to the Eldritch Heights, and kill Shaman Bloodpaw? I give a hefty sum of gold to anyone who claims this bounty. Posted by the High Lord. Upon the northeastern path from Winterguard, a battalion of 7th Legion were ambushed and slain by the Onslaught commander. I don't know if that's an I or an L. With an army of mindless Scarlet Onslaught zealots. Such cold and calculated actions must be met with force. Alright then. Like I said, Zawan, I do argue that the Scourge would have a chance, but there's a lot of variables involved with that, you know? It would not be easy. I think understanding programming language is very, very helpful to making a game. Yes, absolutely. Even if you don't know the actual vocabulary, is what it's called. Even if you don't actually know the specifics of coding yourself and don't know a specific coding language, you should at the very least take some understanding in classes or spend the time researching to understand programming design. I would consider that mandatory, personally. And that is also what I did, in addition to actually trying to program like an idiot. Eh? Alright, whatever. Stop. Ugh, stop! Okay. We're okay, we're okay. Maybe. We may be about to die. Ugh. The chair will take over if I die, guys. I have no idea, Henrik. See, the reality of it is we don't actually legitimately know how strong the old gods are. I would imagine no. Archimonde is strong, but he's not that strong. But the problem is... Okay, I will answer that question when Warcraft Chronicles come out and we understand more about exactly how strong the old gods actually are. Because we don't really have a lot of good information. The information we have right now has actually been proven to be not completely true, thanks to the release of the bits of Chronicles that we've already read. So it's like, Now that being said, if you asked me, based on the information we have now, assuming that, you know, the book isn't coming out and nothing's being changed or added to or retconned, I would say, no, Archimonde would be crushed by an old god. Because the way I've always perceived it is that old gods are very, very, very personally powerful. They have a tremendous amount of magical and martial might, individually. The whole reason I've argued for years, the whole reason that the Titans were capable of fighting back against the old gods is because they had tools. Because they had technology and magic and all of those advanced powers at their side. And that's how they were able to push back against the old gods. Just my take on it, of course. Assumably, we will learn the truth about that when the book comes out. We do know a couple of things about the old gods, and I finally have more evidence for my desire to play as a Nerubian. But I kind of want to save that until we go through the actual Nerubian stuff when we get to Ajal Nerub and Ankehat. Where's the... Oh, there he is. He's over there. Oh, sorry, Zawan. I legitimately didn't even think about that. Hang on, hang on. Let me kill this one guy here so I can hearth. There it is. The only old god we know 100% absolutely that is dead is Yasharaj. That's the only one. The other two, it's all a matter of interpretation. Some people agree, some people disagree, some people think halfway. I have been invited to the Argent tournament. Am I already that high level? God, I am. Who knows? We will probably find out in the future, but I should probably transmog first. But we will probably not actually know for certainty until after Legion. Because I really doubt they're going to touch on Old God stuff during the Legion expansion. That would not be a move that I would agree with as a writer. We really need to focus on the Legion during the expansion called the Legion. They already made that mistake in the Burning Crusade. The Burning Crusade was not actually a Legion-focused. Was not a Legion-focused expansion, and that was one of the problems with it. Ah, come on. There we go. No, I'm okay with Frost. I'll make it work. Okay. I can't answer that without spoiling Legion, Henrik. But let's just say I know exactly what's in the Tearsfall Glades now. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter.
Behold the wonders of Pandaria.
What's that? Did I? I think I did. Whoops.
Slow down. Life is to be savored.
Now I can tell you if you want, Henrik. I don't mind spoiling all over the place. I will fling spoilers at you! Fling! It was his sled! Fling! The sled was red. Fling! I can't think of any other spoilers that I'm okay with saying out loud. I'm checking something really quick before you ask. And by checking, I mean buying. There it is. And boots. There we go. In Legion, Charlord. Legion is where we find out about that. Why does this have a cooldown? I have no glyphs either. I guess I could use some of these. What do we got? Nope. Worthless. Nope. Garbage. Worthless. Nope. Total worthlessness. I gotta be honest, I liked glyphs better back when they were actually pretty useful. I really do not like modern glyphs. I actually have some high-level characters who don't even have glyphs. Because there's no freaking point. They're useless to me. And to what I do. Oh, right, I can't fly out here yet. I'm Alliance! I'm Alliance. Automatically going towards the Horde Town. There will be a launch event, yes, Henrik. And hopefully it'll actually be a good one, unlike Pandaria, which was the dumbest frickin' launch event in the world. Here's a single scenario. That's it. God, that irritated the crap out of me. That was worse than BC's launch event. And BC's launch event was basically just, here's a bunch of demons attacking randomly. You know? Yeah, whatever. God dang it, I have to... Hang on. I keep going to the wrong side because I'm used to the Horde. For the Horde. Warlords had a good launch event. Wrath had an amazing launch event. Cataclysm had a pretty good launch event, too. There we go. Honestly, the only launch event I've actually been discouraged by is the Pandaria one.
Pleased to meet you.
There we go.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, Gnarlix, that would have been awesome. Especially since those earthquakes started like months in advance. But, as you point out, very, very unlikely for them to actually do that. Yeah, most launch events do tend to see a fairly large resurgence in subscriptions, and a lot of people running around interacting with it. Every launch so far has had that happen, so, I mean, it's pretty likely that'll happen again. Okay, now that we have our transmog going, finally... One of the things they've hinted at is they're going to do the acclimation patch a lot sooner than the actual launch thing comes out. To explain what I mean by that a little bit. So, whenever a new expansion comes out, obviously we're playing, what is this, version 6.2 or whatever here? Version 7.0 would then be the expansion, right? But they're not just adding new content when an expansion comes out. A lot of fundamental aspects of the game get changed, right? You know, spells are different, some equipment works differently. In some cases, they've gotten rid of stats. In some cases, they've added new stats. So there's a lot of changes to the actual game and the mechanics of the game that have to happen. So they do what's called an acclimation patch, which happens before the expansion ever goes live. So that patch is the big patch that changes all of the game into the new expansion. So you're effectively playing the new expansion just with none of the new content yet, because that has to be unlocked by the actual release date. Make sense? I know to some of you, the idea of acclimation patches is very mundane and easy, but I've heard a lot of people ask me what that means, so I thought I'd go ahead and explain that here. Usually, an acclimation patch also comes out at the same point as the launch event. Sometimes it's delayed a little bit either way, but that's very, very common. So what I'm hoping is, because they've already flat out announced that Demon Hunters will be coming out before Legion comes out, that they'll actually put out the acclimation patch quite a bit earlier, and then so we'll have the chance to do the Demon Hunter Starter Zone stuff and the whatever the launch event is, and hopefully go through all that stuff before Legion itself comes out, giving us less of a dry well, basically, when it comes to content. And I have no idea what Dakota just said. What do you mean? Unless you're not asking me, in which case, never mind. Never mind. I don't know nothing about nothing. Yes, the one stat that will matter is critical hit chance. Yes, I know, Gnarlex. The funny thing is, nowadays that complaint has become invalid, because phasing exists. You know? So now you can make it so that you don't actually get irritated by phasing, whereas you couldn't do that before. Yeah, people do that all the time, Dakota. People are doing that actively right now. I could go show you lots of info about the game right now. Let me spoil all sorts of stuff about Legion from people who are already reverse engineering the patch notes. Let's see. First of all, and they're also adding the... What else we got here? Let's scroll down a bit. And one of the other things they're adding is... and they're adding in a... which... Felcore. Transmog. I wouldn't actually spoil, Henrik. I give nice, big, long warnings before I spoil. That's been a policy of mine for a long time. Thanks, little Billy. Appreciate it. One thing I would like is if they did something similar to either the Wrath or the Kata events, both of which were basically the really good launch events, in my opinion. Now, what I mean by that, though, both events started off with something relatively small, and then they just kind of escalated over time, and then escalated, and then escalated, and then escalated, and things just got worse and worse and worse the longer it went on. So they started off pretty slow. The Cataclysm event especially was pretty awesome about that, because as I mentioned before, the Cataclysm event technically started months before the event actually started. And I was one of those very few people I knew, one of two actually, who picked up on it. So, if I might share the story really quick, I was just hanging out in Lorerun. Just doing my thing, and all of a sudden the whole room just shook. You've seen it, like the earthquake effect, and I'm like, what the hell? That's odd. Why would there be an earthquake effect in Lorerun? There's nothing here that's big or doomy. So I run around for a while looking for it, didn't find anything, and it was just like, huh. Like a week or so passes, and I was doing something in the Eastern Kingdoms. I forget where exactly. Obviously, this is old Eastern Kingdom, so I'm walking around on a thing. And all of a sudden, I see the event again. Earthquake. I'm like, what the crap? I'm very confused by this. And yeah, for those of you not aware, this was the very first signs of Deepholm snapping and breaking, which eventually led to the Cataclysm itself. And I pointed it out to Pax, and he reported he'd actually had a similar event happen, and we're like, huh, that can't be a coincidence. And of course, that happened months in advance. So we at first we were like, oh god, this is cool. And then it was more like, okay, they forgot about it. And then months later, the actual event hit, the acclamation patch hit, and we had a whole bunch of quests that were awesome, which I'll be discussing once we get to Kato, of course. Shh, psychotic, don't question it. Least favorite mount. There's actually quite a few mounts I do not like the design of. Quite a few, actually. So, first of all, let's just go down the list here. I don't like any of the boar mounts. I never use any of them. They all suck. I don't actually like the Cloud Serpent design. I've never actually liked the Cloud Serpent design. So, that's not a thing I enjoy. This guy looks dumb to me. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. I don't like the camels at all. They're silly, but that's about it. I don't actually care for the Gronling that much either, to be completely honest. What else? What is that? Oh, right. Alliance. Alliance. What else don't I like? I feel like there's another one that just... Oh, yeah. The Nether Rays. God, I do not like the Nether Rays. I remember the first time they announced the Nether Ray as a mount, and I'm like, why would I ever want to fly that? And to this day, I still don't enjoy it. It's like, why? I also have to admit, I'm not really a huge fan of the kites. At least not for regular flight travel. And of course, there's the Dragon Ball Z Cloud. Which I don't have anything else to say about. It's the Dragon Ball Z Cloud. What is that? Oh, right. I remember what that is. I don't really like the hippo either, if I'm being honest. I feel like I missed one. Oh, well, doesn't matter. I hope that answers your question in full. And if not... Oh yeah, I don't care for the Quillian mount either. I also don't like several of the store-bought mounts. In fact, there's two store-bought mounts that I actively dislike. That would be... this thing, which just... I don't know. I just really don't like it. I don't really know how else to put it. Maybe it's the beards. Or the braids, I'm not sure. And the other one is this thing. Also known as the very first purchasable mount in the entire game. Which sold so well that it pretty much guaranteed purchasable mounts forevermore. One thing I like about the way they present this mysterious ore is it actually does look like it's bleeding. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Check it out. You can see it oozing there. The most rare mount I tend to see is this one. One you literally can't get anymore. Other than that, yeah, there's police sirens. We're near a major street. Yeah, the black bug I haven't seen someone ride in an absolutely forever long period of time. I believe the last time I actually saw someone riding the black bug was actually in Wrath. Hey, Theru. Ah, shoot. I really need to get a drink. My throat's giving me issues. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a refreshed drink. So, chair, take it away. Okay, sorry about that. I'm a fool in the shape of a tree. So, one thing I have to admit I don't actually like that they're doing in Legion is they're getting rid of the, I forget what they're called, the random stat changes to your abilities that happened in Warlords. They're just getting rid of those. I mean, I liked the idea in Warlords. It was kind of cool. It was a good way to reduce ability bloat, and it was a good way to actually still give the players new abilities, some, you know, some benefit or some positive feedback from leveling up. But no, they're just flat getting rid of those. It's like, damn it. But why? Now, in fairness, in the interest of total honesty, they're not just flat getting rid of them. Some of them are just being rolled back into the default abilities. Yeah, so that's a good time to talk about something. I've been talking about this with a lot of different people lately. What do you guys think of the new legendary plan that they've got in Legion? I've actually mentioned this several times, actually. But for anybody who hasn't answered me the last time, I don't know how much the Iron Throne would cost, but if I recall, in lore, the Iron Throne is very uncomfortable because that's kind of the point. No pun intended. Nope, I mean legendaries, not artifacts. Artifacts are different. Is that? Hang on a second. That's not him. Whatever. Whoops. So you guys, I take it, do not know what I'm talking about with the legendaries. Well. Here's how the legendaries work. First of all, there will be a cap at launch that prevents you from equipping more than one legendary. Now you might be like, well, that's a weird thing. Why would that be a thing? Well, they're going to be random drops off of everything. Off of world mobs, off of dungeon mobs, off of raid mobs. Just totally random drop, basically. With a supposedly increasing drop rate from, you know, in terms of the difficulty of what you're fighting. The intention is to add back the excitement of getting a legendary, which is a valid thing. And, okay, I'm with that. The one thing I don't quite enjoy about that is the prospect of running around trying to quest while other players are just mulching everything trying to get legendaries. That idea does not appeal to me. Otherwise, I didn't mind the earn it through Pandaria / Warlords method, but I am apparently the only one in the universe who didn't mind that, so. There's a note in the gnome's death grip. Chased into a dead end. Hidden for now, but they know I'm here. Won't be long till they find me. The miners work tirelessly to unearth the strange ore that fuels the Scourge war machine. There's much banter. The language of death confounds me, but I've been able to identify some commonly uttered words and phrases like Yog Saron, which is usually said with great contempt, and is usually followed by loud outbursts. They refer to the ore as Saronite. If there is good in your heart and your conscience is clear, read on. In this mine, near the foreman's scaffold, rests a hefty cargo of dynamite. Go there and pick up several bundles of the explosives and make your way towards the entrance of the mine. Once there, the dynamite will blow up the entrance. Remember to do this both the upper and the lower entrances. You must leave nothing to chance. The evil that exists here must never be let out. I didn't like the Thunder Fury method of getting a legendary at all, because it was a ridiculously random drop rate off of 2 bosses. So, rare raid bosses too, so very, very rare drop rate and once a week chance at actually killing them, you know? Shadowmourne was a little different. Shadowmourne still had a random chance, but that random chance went up significantly with higher difficulty. To the point where it was like very, very high chance to get the shards once you were high enough. Of course, that also means that only the high-end guilds would really actually have that, but, eh. I am going the wrong way, apparently. Yes, but see, that's exactly what they're doing now. So if the only thing that you cared about with the Thunder Fury method was the super rare drop rate, then they've got you covered because it'll be a super rare drop rate. Oh, there's the dynamite. I'll say it's around here somewhere. Now, I will say this. I tend to, like I said, I enjoy the Pandaria and the Warlord's method of thing. You know, spend the time, spend the effort, get through it, work through it. Eventually get an item which gets to be a better item, which gets to be a better item. Okay, I'm okay with that. But, I will also say this. I would also not mind never getting a legendary. You know, if you want to make it so that only guilds get legendary weapons, fine. I'm okay with that. I'll just never get a legendary. I can live with that. Oops, oops, oops. However, there is one big asterisk that has to be said to that. Imagine if only the people who actually who had a guild could have seen all of the lore-relevant stuff that happened in Pandaria for that particular quest chain. And if you're not aware, the Pandaria quest chain had a lot of lore. A lot of very relevant lore. So, we would have completely missed out on all of that story and being able to experience that content because we don't have a guild. Now, I'm not saying that means we automatically deserve legendaries. What I'm saying is, if you want to make legendaries a guild-only thing, get rid of the lore. Remove it from the legendary. Just make it some super amazing weapon. Or make it a super amazing weapon with, like, a small amount of lore. Like Thunder Fury. Thunder Fury has very, very little lore. I could summarize it in one sentence, you know? So that I'm okay with. Hang on. Did I? Ah, right. I'm gonna go try and see if that guy's up right now. Who needs lore? I agree. So, I was doing a backseat run the other night of Symphony of the Night. I was the one on the controller. He was the one guiding, right? Where the hell? Why is this mob not spawning? Wrath and Pandaria are basically tied for my favorite expansions, Gnarlex. Yeah, that's about it. Anyways, So, words. I was in the middle of saying something. And then I got distracted. Hello, Lord Ruckian. It's gone. I don't remember what it was. I wouldn't mind that, Tim's up. I get why they've decided to put it in a world drops as well. I just really, really don't agree with it. I was actually thinking about this the other day. It's a kind of a no-win scenario. There's no way to actually enforce what they want. The idea, and I like this concept. Let me just outline the concept here. The idea is you're questing, or doing whatever, or raising a rep, or doing dailies, and then just, legendary! So just out of nowhere, big deal. Yes, that's awesome. You know, you weren't expecting it. You weren't prepared for it. It's just great. Okay? I'm with that. I get that concept. The problem with that concept is that there is no way to make sure that it stays within that particular mindset. In other words, there's nothing you can do, really, to discourage people from just going and running around and just mulching everything. Oh, backseat run of Castlevania. That's what it was. So I was playing the backseat run of Castlevania. For those of you not aware, the voice acting on that game is legendarily bad. It does have quite a bit of story. In fact, it's arguably the first Castlevania game to really have a strong story focus. And it also started establishing the mythos of Castlevania as a franchise. But my friend doesn't really care about story that much, so you can skip every cutscene. So every time we get to a cutscene, I'm like, nope, there's no story. There's no story, there's no lore, there's no story. Where do you want to go next? There's no story. And I just constantly skip it. It became just this running gag of, you know, because obviously I only play games for the gameplay and not the lore, right?
Ishnu Dal Dier.
So that's clearly what WoW is like. There's no story, there's no lore. Let's just play the game. Perhaps now they will rest easy, their spirits free to ascend to the light. My thoughts and prayers now turn to Lord Fordragon and our forces at the Wrathgate. We must persevere here, if only to buy them enough time to defeat the Lich King. Winterguard cannot fall.
Farewell.
Greetings.
After the Scourge breached the south wall, I ordered Cavalier Durkin to investigate the town crypt. Moments ago, I was handed this report. The undead that plague us are coming from two sources. The ruins of Winterguard, now a breeding ground for the Scourge, and our very own town crypt. Amidst the chaos and confusion, the Scourge managed to get a Necrolord inside the crypt. In this message, Durkan requested assistance. You will find him and help him, Xylom. The crypt is on the western border of the town square.
Be careful.
No, Dakota? The individual antagonists in the world of Warcraft, in one sentence. Well, since there's no limit on how long I can make that sentence.
Hi, how are you?
And 3 hours later, that's all of them. His death will not have been in vain. The information that Slinkin died for will be instrumental in defeating the Lich King. I promise you, we will make this right. I somehow doubt you.
You have a great day now. My, you're a tall one.
This might be the moment, the very second that the tide turns against the Scourge. You have proven yourself a hero of the Alliance, at least in my eyes. Now, if you'd be so kind as give me some space, I require additional time to study this ore in order to isolate impurities and weaknesses.
Alrighty then.
Ding.
Off and away.
Give in to the food side. We're only about to do an awesome quest. One word to describe WoW. Wow. There you go.
Need assistance?
We must take solace in the fact that Slinkin's death, while tragic, was for the greater good. His discovery, coupled with your heroics in the mine and the samples you returned, brings us one step closer to understanding the Scourge war machine. Take this package to High Commander Wormbane. It holds a sample of the strange ore and my analysis.
You have a great day now.
Need help?
Did you recover their cards? I will get these to our recorder and deliver the grim news to the families of the miners. There's still much to be done if we are to succeed, and ultimately at the Wrathgate. Lord Fordragon is depending on us.
Go with honor, friend.
Outstanding work. I will notify Drolfi that a hero did rise to his challenge, and the cruel Bloodpaw is no more.
Light bless you.
At least for now, the Scarlet Onslaught suffers a setback in their nefarious plans. You've done Winterguard a great service.
For the Alliance.
For the Alliance. And for the Horde.
Can I help you?
I heard about your bravery in the mine. I am by no means a scientist, so you'll have to forgive my plebeian understanding of what has been written. Now, according to this analysis, assuming I have the brain power of at least an adolescent schoolboy, we still don't know jack squat about the Scourge war machine. The only thing we do know is that the Scourge used this metal to craft its siege weapons, armor, and weaponry.
See you around.
Well, that's good to know. Yes, we did, Psychotic, in the Whispering Gorge. Went out of my way to make sure that happened.
How are you?
Oh, brother, it's a mess down there. I barely made it out the first time, which is what prompted me to request help from the High Commander. You got that crazy look in your eyes, Worgen. Thankfully, you're gonna need to be crazy to do what I'm about to ask you. Held within the cold stone walls of this crypt are the remains of the nobles and dignitaries that died in Northrend. At the very core now sits a Necrolord who serves corpses as the servants of the Scourge. You must make your way to the bottom of the crypt and kill Necrolord Emarion. Only then will the assault cease. And Xylon, look out for any information.
See you soon.
Possibly Henrik? But it wouldn't be that hard to do a once-over of all the dungeons to see if there's any places where they could abuse such a thing. And it would be very, very easy, especially since they are already invisible walls all over the place in the dungeons. So most places where you can get out, they've already established walls. Even before double jump existed, I mean, just in case, you know. So I doubt that would take any longer than, like, at absolute most, that would be like a week of work for one guy. That's pretty easy. Die, Amarian. Who is Thelzin the Duskbringer? Impressive. The master said that you and your people would be a nuisance. No matter. Your end draws near. Soon the combined might of Noxoramus will come down on this place and shatter your meteor existence. Scrawled across the flesh-bound chapters of this tome are strange symbols and shapes that seem to have been scraped into the pages with a blade. You have no idea what's written, but you're certain that whatever it is, it must be important. Where do you think you're going with that, mortal? Put the tome down, and I might spare you an eternity of anguish. Mortal, by the way. Yes, to quote, I'm not actually sure if they say that anymore, but they did at the very least back in vanilla. By the way, just to make this clear, this was a tome long before... Tomb long before we came to Northrend. This used to be, like I said, this used to be a whole city. And there were actually nobles who lived up here, some of the original denizens of Northrend, as I mentioned.
What's on your mind?
Now, if we could stop the Scourge attack coming from the outside, we might be able to send help to Lord Fordragon. Guys, shut up about Lord Fordragon. He's fine.
Keep your
He's like a
feet on the
fussy
ground.
nanny. A Scourge tomb. Whatever information is held in this book must be of great importance. I could hear the howls and walls echoing as from the crypt as you made your escape. The High Commander must be notified. Whatever can it be? That was certainly no ordinary course that blasted Lich put on you. I don't even know what I'm looking at. We must find this information. The High Commander will know what to do. Take the fleshbound tomb to him and tell him exactly what happened here.
Be good.
Probably Norlex. Because...
Hey there.
the Necrolord is no more. Fate has smiled upon this day. I know just the person to see about this tome. Take the book and follow the path into the barracks. Once down there, go into the prison. At prison, you will find Inquisitor Hallard and our mayor, Godfrey. I believe Godfrey might be the missing piece of all this puzzle.
Be careful.
Why do they have an Inquisitor here? I mean, why do they have an Inquisitor here? I'm just going to say that one more time. So I try to remember how to get down. Oh, there it is. I'm stupid.
How are you?
So there's the ex-mayor of town right there, that ghoul. You came from high command, my son? Perhaps with proper motivation. Godfrey will tell us what he knows about the tome. Isn't that right, Mayor?
See you later.
Godfrey Goodard, once a righteous man and mayor of Winterguard, is now an agent of the Scourge. His transformation from man to undying ghoul has taken place slowly, over time. He hears the call of the Lich King now and lives only to serve his master. But as with all Scourge, Godfrey knows the language of death, and with proper motivation will tell us what we need to know. Once you hear what we need to hear, return to High Commander up in the front lines. I'll clean up here as needed.
Safe travels.
So how are you going to torture a Scourge? Of course, you already know how this is going to work. Stand back, Xylom. The beast might lash out and harm you. Godfrey, hear me, fiend, for I am the light here to deliver you from evil. Good. I have your attention then, Godfrey. We can do this in one of two ways. First, I simply ask you to tell me what the unholy markings etched upon the page of this tome mean. What say you?
Tell you nothing, preacher. What can you do to me that Kel'Thuzad has not? That the Lich King has not? The book is your salvation, yes, but nothing you will know. Nothing, I say. Nothing!
Well, then we have option 2. I may say a prayer for you now, lost soul. May the light take you gracefully. Let the sermon begin.
No more light, please, God, I beg you. Ah, you burns! It burns! Oh, yeah.
So we're burning him to... well, I'd say death normally, but I'm not sure what to say there. I thought you'd see the light, Godfrey. Now speak quickly, fiend. What does it say?
It tells of the coming apocalypse, how this world will be burned and reborn from death.
Rubbish. Godfrey, do you take me for a fool? Do not spew your scourge propaganda at a man of the light. Speak now, or I'll have peasants craft a holy water bath and dip you in like a dog with fleas.
No, I tell you everything. Humans beneath the earth of Winterguard village. You built a mausoleum. Why do you think Noxoramus attacked that spot? 1,000 eyes deep in your own crypt and sends 1,000 corpses at you.
What? There's a mausoleum beneath the village? Ugh, what fools we were to have not noticed. We will find this and strike your master down, Godfrey. We will end this nightmare.
How? Humans are truly stupid, yes. 1,000 the Duskbringer, 1,000 the Lich. He who was born of human flesh and bone, sacrificed all for power, protected by the Lich King. You cannot stop 1,000. He bears the dark gift.
You let us worry about how we'll kill that monster, Godfrey. Return to Halford with the information that the good mayor was kind enough to submit. I will finish here and squeeze whatever else this wretch might know about Thelzane. Now, I will show Godfrey the rarely seen option 3. Let's you and I have a chat about a few things, Godfrey. Thank you, Soren. And Rekian. So.
You need something?
That was what it said back in Warcraft 3, Gnarlex. And there are a few of the original liches that are that. Built by the first... well, not actually built... built by the Nethrezim to serve the first Lich King. Chill Whisper would be a good example of one of those. We should have known about the damned mausoleum. This is preposterous! Duke August Fohammer and Ambo-Kash will be dispatched to the front lines in preparation for our next assault. Once you've cleared the mines, I will send you to Fohammer so we might begin our next attack on the Scourge of Noxoramus.
See you later.
You have done much to advance our efforts against the Scourge. In fact, morale of all those you've come into contact with soars. Such is your influence over the soldiers and citizenry of Winterguard. I'm a Death Knight. And because you are now prepared to go on the offensive, because of that we are now prepared to go on the offensive, you are to report to Duke August Fohammer. You got it.
For the Alliance.
That would have been funny, Pervious. And no, I have not done any professional voice acting, not counting the stuff I did in television forever ago, which really, really doesn't count. And not counting the video games I've voice acted in, which haven't even been released. So, basically, the real answer is no. I have never actually been a voice actor. I am entirely too untalented. I only have like 5 or so voices that I can actually do, like, period. Why is this one mob not showing up? Oh, whatever.
How are you?
Oh, the distinguished hero arrives. Welcome to Ground Zero, Xylom. Allow me to bring you up to speed. Thilzin's most powerful forces have made their way into Winterguard Mausoleum. They plunder its depths in search for corpses and souls to send against Winterguard, while Noxoramus rains down terrible scourge plague machines, sent to hold us at bay. We must strike now, and hope that Lord Fordragon is able to hold at the Wrathgate a little while longer. This is a seek and destroy mission. You'll be driving the tank into the carrion fields to dismantle Scourge plague wagons. With the tank comes a crew of 3 7th Legion soldiers. All must survive. You'll need to get close to a plague wagon to unleash your engineers. Let them do their deeds and move on to the next one.
Watch your back.
I can totally do that. I don't think I could do a GPS voice, though. Turn left in 1,200 feet for the Lich King! Alright, what do we got? What do we got? So, cannon. Oh, crap. Oh, God. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. Let's do this for the Horde and whatnot. Let's go this way. The television was a local television station, local to the city I lived in at the time. Ah! Ahem. Let's drop off the elite. I apparently was supposed to do that last. But whoops. Let's go do this again. And yet of all the voices I can do, the worst one of all is I can't do anymore because I've lost the ability to. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Just making sure. What the hell? She just put that together in like 15 seconds. Gnomes. I'm telling you. Oh god, roadkill was the most horrible aspect of Command and Conquer. I do like this quest, by the way. We're literally driving a tank around with siege engineers who are dismantling the enemy forces while we're blasting everything off them. It's a nice, like, co-op thing. What do you mean, Zawon? Elaborate or be destroyed.
When I'm done with this plague wagon, it'll look like a goblin built it. Just keep me safe.
Also, I have to admit, I've always had a fondness for this particular style of battle tank. It's actually a combination dwarvish and gnomish. The two collaborated to make this thing. But what do you mean by realizing it? I don't understand that question. I do realize that I have made a campaign setting, yes. That is a thing. Also, I'd just like to say vehicle quests are the best thing ever! The greatest invention in the known universe. Release? Probably never, in most honesty. we'll get that one for the last one. Maybe he was Permeus. I mean, you were in that campaign for a bit. And Tabran is part of the reason why, right now, poor Snarg is basically saddled with the Duracost. If it wasn't for you, man, and your glowing reports. Alright. Everyone out. Into the line. Because we can't get the tank in here. Or can we? Oh my god, we can get the tank in. We got the tank into the mausoleum. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're in the tank in the mausoleum. You've got to be kidding me. We can't hurt. Ah, there. Okay, now it forced us out. Wow. Okay. Well, we're here now.
What can I do for you?
Why I'm not wearing any pants isn't important. Let's just say I took some Scourge shrapnel in the wrong place and leave it at that, okay? So you wiped those plague wagons up on the field and got my soldiers here in one piece. Impressive. You're one of the first to make it this far, friend. Too bad you're gonna go right back out. Yep, we've had a little bit of a setback. The munitions drop went badly, friend. Shipment of ammo from Westguard Keep was intercepted by frostworms. The flying machines were torn apart in a matter of seconds, and their cargo was scattered to the wind, most of it topside. I'm gonna need you to go back and get up there. Hurry up! We can't start this offensive without guns and ammo.
Have a good one.
Wait, what's this guy want?
Great to meet you.
That's
Safe
a
travel.
quest we'll do in a moment. Yeah, we kind of made sure the entrance was a little bit bigger than it was before. It's no worries, you know, we'll be able to get other tanks in here easier thanks to our effort. I don't have any defined limits, Salty. Basically, anything you create, anything you play as, all you have to do is run it by me, and it has to be okay with both me and the other players playing. Hello, Nethrazim. Probably by the end of the night when we finish this zone on the Horde, is my best guess. By the way, we're not actually watching the cutscene on our alliance. Match. I mean, I guess we will, but we won't at the same time. So I hope that answers you. It's the same cutscene before anybody worries. It's the same cinematic, I mean. Just a few tiny differences. You're gonna have to explain to me what a professional second opinion is, Zawon. And either way, no, I have never really thought about that. I mean, I've thought about self-publishing on Amazon, but that's about as far as those thoughts have ever gone. AKA, never going to happen. There's no reason to even try. I wouldn't mind having a Rune Blade in real life. I wouldn't mind being a Death Knight in real life. It would certainly switch things up a bit, wouldn't it?
Greetings.
Here's your munition. Oh, thank God. We've set up chain guns and barricades directly to the east and west. Our injured soldiers are hiding in both rooms, trying their best not to alert the mindless ghouls to their presence. Now that we have ammo, I need you to man one of the chain guns and use it to blast a path clear for our soldiers. Once you're on board, call a soldier out from hiding and lay down heavy fire to keep the Scourge from him. Now move!
See you around.
But before we do that...
No!
Actually, Henrik, there is. You ready for this? The time-lost Proto-Drake is actually Nozdormu. No, I'm kidding. There's no lore there. Just down these steps lies the gateway to the damnation. Scourge as far as the eye can see and getting thicker with each passing moment. What little intelligence we've been able to gather indicates that 2 Scourge Necrolords are furiously working at emptying the first 2 crypts. Before we can breach the inner chamber, we'll need to take care of the 2 clowns and their Noxoramus cronies. Go down there and take out the Necrolords.
Keep your feet on the ground.
I'll do that, but first... Hey, buddy. Come here, boy. Come on. Come here. Come here. I got you covered. You stupid Alliance git. Yeah, me too, Nether. You know what? I agree. Why don't we go ahead and vote Moira to be the new leader of the Alliance? What do you guys think? Alongside Mirrodin. Have him be like the general and have her be the political leader. What do you guys think? Good idea or amazing idea? I mean, really, I think that would be the best idea. I think that would be the best thing that's ever happened to the Alliance. You know what? I think I'm gonna champion that now. Moira for High King, or Queen, I guess, in this case. Let's do it, guys. And have Mirrodin, excuse me, again, be like the head general of everything. Well, unfortunately, Katrana Prestor is extremely dead, so I don't think that's likely to happen. Sacred Games. What the heck is Sacred Games, Dakota? I've already facepalmed pretty hard, Salty. Because it's already confirmed that the Horde and the Alliance are fighting in Legion. It's like part of the crawl. It's like some people disagree with working together with the other side. And it's like, really? Really? That's a thing now? What? I can't hear you over this incredibly quiet gun sound. Come on. There we go.
What can I do for you?
Xylem, I haven't seen heroics like that since Silithus. It was a gun, dude. I'll be sure each and every one of these soldiers puts in a recommendation to Forging that you be promoted. Okay, sure. I'll take the promotion. Maybe I'll get my own garrison someday. There's been talk of a tunnel dug by the Scourge that connects the embalming chambers to the mausoleum with the large crypts, now unearthed by Thelzen and his minions. I recently sent my best rogue, Plunderbeard, in search of answers, but have yet to get heard back from him. If I was a betting man, I'd say he's a goner. I want you to go down there, straight to the embalming chamber, and look for Plunderbeard.
For the Alliance.
The best name for a dwarf ever. Plunderbeard. We're not actually part of enlisted regulars, technically. Grats, Fat Squeak. I am very happy for you. Maybe. Well, okay, no, I'm pretty happy for you, Grats, man. Yes, the one Joker. People being happy who don't know how to not use caps. Hey, you have to admit, if Veramothras was the war chief, both the Horde and the Alliance would be pretty unified right now. But anyway, so we're not actually part of the regulars, per se. But we did actually get recruited into the military in the Alliance, if you remember. There was actually a quest chain about that all the way back in the Borean Tundra, where we actually went to the recruitment desk and they're like, oh, you're better than these people. You need to go straight to the commander. So technically we do act with the impunity of the Alliance military, at least here. Not everywhere, obviously. What the... Are those leper gnomes? Why are the leper gnomes assisting the Scourge? I'm kidding. I know exactly why they are. For the health benefits. Dude. Wouldn't you? As they say. At this point in time, I don't think so, Zoan. We pretty much wiped them out. Like, completely. Well, we found Plunderbeard. You discover his journal on his corpse. Entry number 1. They drag corpses through the tunnel to the embalming room for experimentation. There's an endless supply in this mausoleum. Whatever cannot be reanimated is turned into a bones construct of one way or another. Entry 2. I fear the Lich thrills and hides a dark secret. Who is he? Entry 3. I've discovered the location of the Lich's phylactery. It's... Whatever was written on the remaining pages must be recovered. Search the chambers on the other side of this tunnel for Plaguebeard's assailants. Plunderbeard's assailants. Plaguebeard? They must be the ones who tore the journal apart. Let's do this, guys. Oh, for Plunderbeard! Approximately 6 expansions, Salty. And counting. So, I know what you're thinking. Hey, look, it's a unique crypt that we've never seen before. Well, no. There's actually a crypt like this in Duskwood that almost no one ever actually saw, that was only used for a single quest. And they never reused this asset, despite the fact that they reused designs for terrain extensively. They never redid that here. So this is like the second usage of that crypt ever. Oh no, we're undead, yes. We are type 3B undead, specifically. God, it's kind of hard to maneuver through all this. Why are there so many roots down here? Ugh. Oh, in gameplay, no player character is undead in gameplay because balance, basically, and PvP. Mm-hmm. God, I am not feeling well. Ugh, why do you make me kill this thing? I don't know, Zoan. I mean, other than the fact that you know, cat form is kind of iconic, and they would have to basically introduce a brand new type of spell list specifically for them, which would basically, in code terms, that would mean inventing a whole new class that is basically just Worgen druids in order to do that, and I could imagine why they wouldn't want to bother.
Can I help you?
I certainly don't feel like a winner. There's some good news and there's some bad news. Which do you want first? Ah, hell, why give you a choice? The good news is we can get Thelzin's phylactery. We can destroy him. The bad news is the phylactery is on a rather large frostworm. Wow, someone is actually defending their phylactery well. You need to get to the 7th Legion front in northern Dragonblight. Return to Winterguard Keep and take the north gate out of town. Keep going north until you hit the road. Do all sorts of stuff to get there.
Have a good one.
What can I do for you?
That ought to buy Umbo some time to get things started.
Safe travels.
Alright, let's do this. There was a beta I was invited to. There's actually been 2 betas I've been invited to recently that I actually declined because I just didn't have the time to get interested in them. I don't remember what the games are off the top of my head. There was, No, we didn't, Psychotic. Hint, hint. Kel'Thuzad could still come back, and to be blunt, I hope he does. Could always use more Michael McConaughey. What the heck is the name of that game? I don't remember. I still haven't gotten into the Legion Alpha, which is really discouraging and unusual. Whoop, overshot him. What do you mean, Gnarlex? I mean, I'm a very, very small-time guy, so I guess that might be what you're talking about.
Greetings.
I agree, Henrik, but we'll see what they do. They've got until September at this point. Now, you know why they call this place the Bone Wastes. The Dragon Waste, excuse me. Bones of the beast are strewn as far as the eye can see. We've probably taken down a dozen or more frostworms, and there's still no end in sight. The Scourge has got fuel for 10,000 more with all the bones lying around. I don't mean to bore you with the details. We've got the worm you're looking for locked in our sights. Your frostworm is out there. It's a big one. I don't see it. When you're ready to fight, go speak with Wormbait. He'll, fetch her. Once Ice Storm is close enough, we'll chain her to the ground and finish her off. Hopefully, with your help, we'll be able to take her down and get you that phylactery. Once you've got it, return and report to Wormbait.
Be careful.
You got it. Hey, Wormbait.
What can I do for you?
Go, help us fetch Ice Storm.
Light bless you.
Okay. Both, Formosan. I do genuinely think there's more they could do with Kel'Thuzad's story arc, and it's Kel'Thuzad, so this is kind of neat. The fact that they actually built in why they could fight dragons on the ground. These chain harpoons that drag them to the ground so we can take them out, kind of a thing. Fire! Fire! Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Whole hunting party to take down one worm. Now, granted, I mean, they take down worms semi-regularly, but that's the point. They take down one worm at a time. Kind of an interesting exercise in futility, really. It's a bit of a shame, by the way, because I think Legion's actually a good time for Kel'Thuzad to come back. I mean, I know this would never, ever happen, but imagine if the 2 new classes that were announced in Legion were Demon Hunter and Necromancer, and we see Illidan and Kel'Thuzad come back during this expansion, and people are like, no, Necromancy is terrible, and Kel'Thuzad's like, yeah, hang on. You're fighting the Legion. You need every bit of help you can get. And so if there was ever a time when Necromancy might be considered accepted by the people, it would be in the middle of a Legion invasion. You know what I mean? But anyways.
You need something?
Have you recovered the phylactery? We've lost so many good soldiers to that monster. I wish he could be there to see you crush the phylactery in front of him and end his miserable existence. Thanks to your heroics, Lord Fordragon has given the command to launch a full assault against Thelzon. 7th Legion have made their way to the summoning chamber of the Mausoleum and located what appears to be a gateway to hell. The only piece that's missing now is you. Take the phylactery and report to Commander Yorick. There's a tunnel that the Scourge dug out just outside the keep you could take. Go quickly now!
See you around.
They would be very in character. Kel'Thuzad really does not like the Legion. The Scourge. Yep, here it is. Alright. How many of you remember Vanilla East Plaguelands? Oh, don't even joke about that, Nethrezim. That would be awful. I thought you might not show up, Xylom. When you're ready, I'll place the phylactery in front of the gateway and call forth Zilzon.
For the Alliance.
Every good story has a beginning and an ending. While your story is far from over, I'll be damned if it's not just turning out to be the stuff of... already turning out to be the stuff of legend. No matter what happens to us when this is all over, what you've done at Winterguard will be a tale told for years to come. Now, when you're ready, I'll use the phylactery to coax him out of hiding. Should we somehow succeed, report to Commander Wormbane.
Go with honor, friend.
Steel yourselves, soldiers. Xylom has provided the final piece of this puzzle. The Dread Lich Thelzin will soon come out of hiding, only to be rendered powerless against us. It is this phylactery, Thelzin's phylactery, that is the key to victory. I was once like you. Mortal, soft, flesh and bone, weak and timid. Our Lord Arthas saw in me the frailty of man. Serve me in life, and I will promise to rend the weakness from your soul, to erase it from existence, to be chosen, blessed by the Lich King in such a way. So serve him I did. Were it not for me, the glorious dread citadel of Noxoramus may never have returned to Northrend. Oh, but enough talk. You have fought hard and come the distant reaches of the world to face the Duskbringer. I shall not disappoint. Just as our Lord saved me, so too shall I save you. Honor, courage, compassion, and justice! These were once the virtues you fought for as a cleric of the Argent Dawn. You dedicated your whole life to fighting the Scourge. You saw what they did to our beloved Lorerun. The Lich King took everything from you! So how then did Father Inigo Montoy, bastion of virtue for the Argent Dawn, become the embodiment of that which he hated most? This will be the last time you utter that name, Paladin. Breathe your dying breath! Yes, his name's Inigo Montoya, blah, blah, blah. He was a cleric of the Argent Dawn in vanilla Light's Hope Chapel. And he was part of the Noxoramus quest chains for Priest, I think, actually. And, of course, you turned the phylactery into him when you were done there. God damn it. Why don't Death Knights have an anti-fear? Warriors have an anti-fear. Also, yeah, what Takoida says is true. Just having the phylactery nearby doesn't really do anything. I mean, you could kill him, and then kill it, and then that would cause him more lasting damage, but... yeah. Goodbye. Victory for the Alliance! You have saved Winterguard. With Thelzin's filth washed away, the 7th Legion will easily clean up the remaining Scourge. When you're done here, report to Angrathar. Oh, that's true. There's Lichborn. Which I don't think I even have yet. It's because I don't. Is that a talent now? So it is. Well, whatever. So,
Hey there.
Winterguard is saved because of you, Xylom. To think one man could so swiftly turn the tides of battle is hard to comprehend. Yet here we are, victorious. You've managed to restore the faith of these people and earned the respect of your commanding officers. Lord Fordring has returned to Angrathar to prepare our forces for the destruction of the Wrathgate and has requested you join him. I couldn't recommend a better soldier for the job. With the Noxoramus war machine stopped dead in its tracks, the time has come for you to help our forces at Angrathar, the Wrathgate. Nestled against the mountain of northern Dragonblight is our base of operations, Four Dragon Hold. It's there that Lord Fourdragon awaits your arrival. Go now! Take the North Gate out of town and travel north by northwest until you arrive at your destination. Light protect you.
See you later.
So I hope you're paying attention to two very important things story-wise here. First of all, this is again the indication that the Lich King has turned the difficulty up slightly, but not all the way. He didn't send his best and his brightest against you. He didn't send the full might of the Scourge, but he did send Noxoramus, and he also sent out one of his better Liches. Someone who was actually one of his, again, medium difficulty Liches. Medium powerful, medium, prolific or whatever. So we see once again that he's just kind of increasing things just a little bit. The next time we will actually really face the Lich King and his forces will actually be an Icecrown, where he'll have turned the difficulty up another step. The second thing I want you to notice is the way these quests have been developed. Now, they were a little bit too obvious about it, if I could be blunt, but they're constantly talking about, we need to get to the Wrathgate, we need to get to the Wrathgate, we need to get to the Wrathgate. Now, that's a little obvious, but the reason it's so relevant and the reason why they keep hammering it in is the Wrathgate is the actual culmination of the Alliance and the Horde's assault against the Lich King. After this, they basically will barely be fighting the Scourge at all. This is pretty much, relatively speaking, as far as they get, lore-wise, in the actual advance through Northrend. They have a tiny little tidbit of a foothold in Icecrown, but otherwise, this is it. This is as far as they get. And that's Icecrown Citadel right there. That's the front door. Literally, the front door, the Wrathgate. So, this is why this is so important. Basically, from the perspective of the Alliance, this is the point of the entire invasion. To go right here. To this exact point, push through this gate, and win. This is literally the victory condition right here. So the reason they emphasize it over and over and over isn't just for the obvious reasons of what happens, but because of the fact that this is the campaign right here. They don't understand or realize that it's not going to be this easy. And it's obvious why, as we've already pointed out. That was weird. As we've already kind of pointed out, the Alliance underestimate the Scourge, and the Horde overestimate themselves. So both forces are here, and they're actually fighting unified, by the way. This is probably one of the very, very first times the Horde and the Alliance have out and out gotten together and fought alongside each other for the same cause. So the two forces are right here, coordinating together, working together, and they have the best and the brightest of both sides. On the Alliance side, we have Bolvar Fourdragon, probably the single best tactical leader the Alliance has at this particular moment in history, and a great warrior and general who has a tremendous power and is very charismatic and is very beloved by his people. On the Horde, you have the recently recovered son of Saurfang, one of the greatest, I'd say probably the third greatest fighter in the Horde as a whole right now, someone who has the support and backing of his father and of the war chief himself, and is here on behalf of Thrall, not Garrosh, if you understand the distinction. The only thing that would make this better is if it was actually Saurfang over here, not the younger Saurfang, but still. Two great warriors who are beloved by their people, who are totally okay with coordinating and working together in order to face the common foe of the Scourge. So, this is probably the one and only distinct point where the Alliance and the Horde really take this seriously. We'll get back to that. For now, we're going to do a bunch of other quests that have nothing to do with the Wrathgate, so I hope you'll forgive my patient indulgence. I don't count Mount Hyjal because that was actually a different alliance. So, doesn't really count. It wasn't actually, if you want to get really technical, it also wasn't the alliance. Jaina's forces coordinated with Thrall's forces in the not even formed Horde in order to... oh crap, I was going to do this off camera. In order to fight against that. In order to fight against the Burning Legion. So yes, I mean, the Horde and the Alliance did coordinate there. But it wasn't actually this Alliance, and it sure as hell wasn't this Horde. You know what I mean? we have some busy work to do. Does anyone have a topic? This would be a great time for Q&A. Otherwise, I could just go offline for a bit and finish up this busy work. I don't have a lot to talk about right here. So, poodles. Poodles are excellent with a little bit of relish. And if you add some mustard as well, oh, it's heavenly. The Wrathgate is such a tragedy. I don't even know what else to say about that. It's just terrible. Ogre Magi, that's a good topic. Okay, so there were two-headed ogre. This is what I do for a living, Gnarlex. You're looking at it. That's why there's that donation button down there. Ogre Magi. Okay, so there were actually two-headed ogres and ogre mages well before the time of the demonic horde, right? I mention this because that's a little bit of a retcon, but not actually a big one. Basically, the vast majority of two-headed ogres you encounter are ones that were built or made that way by Gul'dan and his demonic efforts. Also, two-headed ogres can actually breed other two-headed ogres, so a lot of those actually ended up causing more two-headed ogres to happen in the future. However, back in the day, if you were one of the two-headed varieties ogres, you were a rarity. You were one of the rare elite. And the old Borean Empire, they actually valued that kind of a trait. It was considered... I'm trying to think of a real-life equivalent of that, actually, and I'm not really coming up with something. Like, okay, here's a weird example. If you could imagine, like, if in real life, people with red hair were considered rare and valuable people, and therefore anybody with red hair is the person who's going to be the cultural elite, the upper crust of the aristocracy, both societally, economically, militarily, politically, etc. That's pretty much what the two-headed ogres were. Cho'Gall was one of an extremely rare number of those two-headed ogres, but he was naturally a two-headed ogre. So was, Bob. What's his name? Shoot, hang on. It's not even going to tell me. I can't think of his name. So was the other guy. Oh, Margok. Margok and Cho'Gall are the two, really, really venerated two-headed ogres. There's a couple of others, but those are the only two that really matter. And again, those are natural two-headed ogres. Now, nuff. Gul'dan noticed this trait and noticed that one of the significant values of this trait was as long as the two heads could coordinate, they were generally smarter and better. You know, as long as the two heads could actually interact with each other, they were a superior force to a single-headed ogre, right? That was actually pretty common. The catch was that coordinating with each other, right? That is a good question. I'm not on fire. Let me get back to it when I'm done answering the other one. What am I doing here? Oh, right. I'm stupid. I need to do this first. There we go. Now, it has actually been postulated that any two-headed ogre actually has two souls, because each of the heads has a very distinct and separate personality from the other one. Oh, absolutely Nethersean. They're just flagrant copying there. So those two, so for example, the naming schema, Cho is actually the name of one of the heads, Gall is actually the name of the other head. Cho'Gall being the unified name. Now the vast majority of two-headed ogres, constructed or natural, the two of them talk, both heads talk constantly. Cho'Gall is again another example of someone who's constantly like, I hate you, stop talking over me, and both heads talk constantly. And again, even Cho'Gall, as Psychotic points out, had issues talking with himself and coordinating with himself. Margok is actually a really interesting exception to that. Margok, one of the heads, is always the one who speaks, and he always says I, not me, not we, I. The other head actually always thinks, because the two heads share thoughts. And so the other head is still there, and still prevalent, and still part of him. But because of the way that they present themselves, it just shows the severe level of how coordinated and how unified Mar and Gok actually are, and why the Imperator is such a dangerous, deadly foe. he is actually really, really cunning and powerful and dangerous, and there's a reason why he was such a threat in his leadership of the Borean Empire. And yeah, exactly, they had this kind of collective think thing going on. The Ogre Magi, then, to really bring this forward, Gul'dan saw these things and thought, aha, these were great! I'm going to emulate this with Fel Magic, because Fel Magic can do basically anything by brute force. It really is brute forcing things into happening. That's one of its points. So he made his artificial ogres, and he offered many, many ogres, and I mean a lot. We're talking thousands of ogres, were offered the chance to become two-headed ogres. And as you might imagine, for a society where that concept, where being that is so venerated, it'd be like if someone walked up and said, I can make you a redhead. Not dye your hair. I can actually make you a redhead. And so, using my earlier example, so dozens and dozens and thousands of ogres took him up on the offer and said, yes, absolutely. Please turn us into this redhead. Give us the double heads. Give us this power and this knowledge. Now, the catch was, because of the way he was doing it, the vast majority of those Ogre Magi were not actually that much smarter. And again, because he brute forced them together, they didn't turn out all like the way that they originally were. So they had the double heads, but a lot more of them had the argumentative problem between their heads. And they had a lot of issues adapting to their new life. And for the most part, they were also Fel corrupted, which means, well, I shouldn't have to explain what that means at this point. So it was a mess, and most of the two-headed ogres, actually, the two-headed magi specifically, didn't actually survive that process. A few did. And as I mentioned, several passed down that trait genetically to some of their children, which is why we see two-headed ogres here and there who, aren't particularly smart or strong or whatever. But I suppose that answers the question, then. Why does the Lich King want the heroes? I haven't played it, Nicholas. Now, this is an interesting question, because I have a question for you. I'm not on fire. Why do you want anything? Why is there anything that you want? Now, this is something that a lot of people don't really understand in fiction. It's something I feel like I've had to talk about a lot. Some people are like, well, insert villain here should have just won. Why didn't they? And in almost every case I hear that complaint. Almost every case. It's because the villain didn't want to win. That wasn't their goal. They weren't interested in winning. They were interested in such and such over on the side. That's what they actually wanted. That's what they actually were after. So, in this case, it's a similar situation. The Lich King has no real interest in winning. What he wants is to create that perfect fighting force. That ultimate power that emulates his own journey and the things that he himself has already gone through. And to create this perfect fighting force would, of course, be the one thing that would be the final testament to his unbridled power, and how nothing would ever be able to stand against him again once he had that on his side. And, as Raskar points out, Arthas was influencing him within, because Arthas wants the exact same thing. Arthas wants the best and strongest fighting force in the world to fight the Lich King. The only difference is the Lich King wants it so he can control them. Arthas wants it so they can stop him. So that's the second and prevalent reason there. What else do I need? Why am I taking gnome souls? That is true, Takoida. But I would argue that is still good writing. Whenever you have a situation where the enemy force doesn't just abstractly win because they can, and you actually bother to make a logical, in-depth, good reason for them to not, just abstractly win, that takes time and effort and otherwise thought and process, I would call that good writing, personally. Looks like I have to kill them first. Yeah, don't forget, we also got really, really lucky in killing the second Lich King. I was going to say, I don't remember gnomes having souls. They're really good in soup, though. Hi, Tom. I agree, though. Arthas's plan was extremely risky, but again, it was a all-or-nothing thing. Arthas held the Lich King back as long as he could. The moment he was no longer capable of doing so, the Lich King could have just rolled over and won. Or enacted his plans and won. Arthas manipulating and influencing him to do so was literally the only hope Azeroth had. Remember, the Horde and the Alliance aren't going to win this war. I would postulate that they can't. But whatever. Have I played the Mass Effect trilogy? No, I've never heard of that. What is it? Is that like a sex simulator? Because I'm not really into those kind of games. See, that would be bad writing, Takoida. That would literally be bad writing. It would be lazy writing. Suddenly we find the ability to defeat our enemy, and then we win. There's nothing there. There's no substance to it. I mean, I could literally do that by snapping my fingers and saying, yep. So we discovered this anti-scourge technology, or we discovered this anti-scourge power, and we win, because we have anti-scourge tech now. There's nothing there. That is almost literally Deus Ex Machina. As in, we can't write our way out of this situation, so here's something we just made up. No, I can't agree with you on this one, Takoida. I'm sorry. We will have to be bitter enemies till the end of time. Yeah, I'm cherry-picking too much. See, I can't agree with that either, Takoida, but that one's just a preference thing, so I'm not going to argue on that one. For me, I think the fact that Arthas is being tortured for the rest of his existence is pretty horrifying and adds to the overall tragedy of it. I'm pretty sure Takoida would want Ner'zhul to still be the Lich King, based on how I'm hearing it. Have Ner'zhul just be the Lich King, and Arthas was always just a host, and then Arthas goes away, the end. And then we win because we come up with some magical anti-scourge thing. Oh my god, spawn! This is why I didn't want to do this on camera. Anyone else get any other questions? A one-headed ogre magi isn't anything special. It's an ogre who can cast magic. It's something that was discouraged because of the whole elitism aristocracy thing that the Borean Empire had going on for themselves. But, in addition to that, there's really nothing special to say about him. Hi, I'm an ogre. I can cast magic. That's it. That's all I got. There's nothing there. Remember, the ogres used to actually have quite a bit of a magical empire. They were basically the equivalent of the Night Elves on Draenor, and arguably stronger in several ways. In several ways, not in every way. Geographical layout? Do you mind explaining what you mean by that? Like, what do you mean geographically, in this case? The pathing of the quests, or the overall visual design of it, or what? Help me out here. One more. Well, honestly, Ice Crown leaps immediately to mind, God-awful, but also Storm Peaks. Storm Peaks and Ice Crown are both brilliantly designed zones, visually and audibly, and the overall terrain of Storm Peaks really helps emphasize. It's probably one of the most vertical zones in the game. The only possible other zone that would equate to that would actually be Vashir. And Ice Crown, of course, which used to be a glacier, but the way they the whole zone just kind of lends itself towards directing towards the Citadel itself is awesome. Oh, right, it's over there. That one. So there's only one bit of cut content that's coming to mind right now off the top of my head for Warlords, and that would be the Infinite Dragonflight thing. So, is that what you're referring to? Hang on. There's an irony. Malagos is technically a bigger threat than the Scourge right now. Technically. I suppose that depends on your opinion. Can you imagine an Outland where the Scourge survived and not much else did? Farallon, I'm really pissed off that we lost Farallon. I really am. I was actually really looking forward to that zone and seeing what the Netherstorm used to look like. And yeah, that sucks. The garrisons that we were going to get in any zone, the fact that we didn't get that, that sucks. The actual capital cities idea that they were originally going to do and it being absent, I kind of see where they were going with that. It's just they didn't commit to it, and I think that's the biggest problem there. As I will talk about in Warlords, and I really shouldn't be answering Warlords questions, I'm just opening the door and I'm breaking my own rule here, but as we will discuss when we get to Warlords, they had a great idea, in my opinion, going into Warlords, that they then threw out the window, but they never really got rid of some of the story elements of that great idea, so it's inconsistent, just like in BC. So that's the second time we've gone to Draenor, and it's been inconsistent. Anyways. What race am I going to make my first Demon Hunter? Well, the most logical race to make my first Demon Hunter would be a Blood Elf, because Horde. If there's the possibility of being cross-factioned, then that's what I'll do, because, I mean, yeah. But again, Blood Elf is the most likely thing that I'll do first. Not really because of Blood Elf, but because it's for the Horde. And all of my mains and all of my primary stuff is on the Horde. I only have 2 Alliance characters after all. Yeah, no kidding, God-awful. I really hope that Legion is the Wrath situation. That would be awesome. I really, really hope Legion is another phenomenal expansion. I liked Warlords. I really did. But it was definitely a subpar expansion. I cannot possibly argue that. It had issues. Right, that quest. Okay, so the original idea behind the hero class thing. Oh, hang on. Salty asked a question. Sorry. What am I skipping? Mostly I'm just skipping content that is repetitive or doesn't really need, you know, to be shown on camera. And a few things that I literally can't show you. There's a few little tidbits that I can't. I, of course, was skipping vanilla, because screw all of that. Also, there's some questionable legality when it comes to that. And the last thing I need when I'm doing a show where corporate people can destroy my life because fair use doesn't exist, is to give Blizzard a reason to try and shut down my channel. So, no vanilla, guys. Sorry. Other than that, the only things I wasn't looking forward to were already past. I wasn't looking forward to going through Outland again, to be completely honest. And there is one thing we're skipping, but it's because getting a hold of footage proved to be really aggravating. So we're not doing all of the Rogue, Legendary Chain, and Kata on camera. We are actually doing the beginning of it and the end of it, but not the in-between. Sorry. What happened? Okay, so the hero idea. For those of you not aware, the original idea behind the hero class concept was you would be able to play a regular class and then basically get a prestige class upgrade to a hero class. So you'd already have to be high level. You know, it'd have to be 60 or whatever. But then you'd be able to turn your level 60 paladin, for example, into a death knight. Death Knights and Necromancers were the first two classes they were tossing around as prestige classes. And there was a logical assumption that, for example, there would be Blade Masters from Warriors, and they were going to do that. They were also thinking about doing, like, basically a lot of the hero classes from Warcraft 3 were going to be presented as prestige classes, hero classes, for the existing basic classes we have now. So it's, in other words, to give you a good example, rather than just being a warrior, you could be a mountain king, like Mirrodin was. And instead of being just a hunter, you could be a demon hunter. Instead of just being a mage, you could be an archmage. It was a great idea, I think. They actually used all of those ideas. If you're paying attention, they folded all of those concepts and all of those abilities into just the actual kit of the class. So now, if you're playing a mage, you actually are playing an archmage by the time you're high level, because all of the talents and abilities you have access to are the abilities of the archmages that were going to be folded into that prestige class. And it's the same thing with every class. At this point in time, there's very few hero classes they could actually introduce that have new mechanics from Warcraft 3, because we're already doing all of that stuff. We already have all of those abilities. And the way they were trying to reach that is that we are not just a mage at this point. We are now, you know, an archmage, because we have reached, you know, level 100, because we are no longer just another standard mage. And the same thing with the druid, and the same thing with the warrior, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, we already have the kit of the prestige classes. So that's what they ended up doing with that. But they wanted to do something with a few other things. So the idea of a hero class was then converted in terminology to what they did with the Death Knight and the Demon Hunter. In other words, it's a class that starts off much further on in level, rather than any other class, which starts off at level 1. These classes would be able to start off pretty much just being able to get right into the new action. Again, a Death Knight starting at 58, for example. That's it. That's the only concept that exists at that point in time as far as hero class. I really think they should have just gone ahead and gotten rid of the excuse me, gotten rid of the terminology, because a lot of people really didn't understand what they meant by hero class, and in this case, literally all that hero class meant was you start at higher level. However, I will say this: there is a hint in Legion that they're going to try and force, or I shouldn't say force, but they're basically going the same direction of the prestige classes again, using the tools they already have at their disposal, because they're trying, supposedly, I should say, I don't know, I haven't seen proof of this myself, but supposedly they're trying very hard to differentiate each of the specs from each other. In other words, the idea is that each spec will actually be a prestige class, rather than actually having, you know, a mage turn into an archmage. You could just be a frost mage or a fire mage or an arcane mage. And the new abilities that they're getting through the artifacts, and the fact that Third's over there being insane, and you know, all of that is designed to try and flesh out the prestige class concept. So, for example, you know, an arms warrior would actually technically be, by the time you hit a Legion, a prestige class for a regular warrior. So again, I know that's not quite exactly what we've got. I actually kind of hope they keep going with that, though. I really would like it if each of the specs really does have a genuinely different feel to it from the other specs. That's true for some classes right now. You know, some classes do feel very different between the specs, and then some don't. And so I want them to succeed at that, you know. I want them to accomplish that. Hello, Reach. Mortal Reach, I should say. Now, I'm going to go to lunch soon, so I'm going to be going to lunch, and then I'm going to do the rest of these boring catch-up quests that we've technically already done off-camera, so we can get started on Dragonblight proper. The goal is to finish up Dragonblight today. I'm not going to commit to that. Dragonblight is quite a big zone. We've got stuff to talk about with regards to the Nerubians. We've got stuff to talk about with regards to the Tuskar. We've got stuff to talk about with regards to the Blue Dragonflight. We've got a couple of Scourge things to talk about. A lot of Scarlet Onslaught to talk about. And then we will finally hit the Wrathgate. And for your viewing enjoyment, I actually have bothered to grab some YouTubes of the Battle for the Undercity. So I'll be able to show that off as well.
With the Earth Mother.
So, I'm going to go ahead and chop off here. And I will see you when I'm done with these quests and we're ready to actually begin Dragonblight.